Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live on a huge day for the NinjaTrader Live network. Of course, joining me in the studio is the one and only Tracy Shuchart.
Good morning, all.
She's our senior economist, and we'll be covering CPI today with also the one and only Joseph Wang, the Fed guy.
The Fed guy. So very much looking forward to that. Guy is just brilliant. He's written a book on the Fed, and we're going to get to talk to him about CPI, pre and post numbers. So We'll get his view there, and we'll talk more about the economy, the labor market, markets in general. So it should be a great discussion.
Yep. And good morning, Chad. Thank you so much for joining us today. Also, following that, of course, we have our regulars. We've got Pharm will be coming in post-CPI to go over the charts with myself. And then we have Tanya. And then we've got a big day. We've got Order Flow Labs, Leo, joining Trader Kane and the lab. And they're going to be live streaming, live trading for 3 hours.
Yes, and we have some exciting things with that as well. So
that's right. Some giveaways that will be coming out throughout the morning. And then this afternoon, a lot to plug today, Shai. We've got XYZ and Nick for a tick on the close. Then our boy Stowe is joining Jared Tendler for a trading psychology session right after the close today. So again, huge day on the network. Hopefully we get some busy market action. And we got to start off with any overnight news. I know we're going to be focusing on CPI, but anything happen overnight?
Well, so the U.S. and China officials agreed on a plan, but we have no details on what exactly this plan is. China didn't comment other than saying they will take the proposal back to President Xi for an approval. The U.S. will take the proposal back to, obviously, President Trump. Lutnick, did say that we had to sort the negativity out, and now we can go forward to try to do positive trade and growing trade, whatever that means. So we really didn't see much movement in the markets, as we still don't really have any details once again on this proposal. So we, of course, will keep you apprised of anything that we see regarding this issue today. Then we have oil up 2%.
Yep. Right
now it jumped because President Trump said he is less confident on a deal with Iran. So we saw prices drop yesterday a bit after the Iranian foreign minister said a nuclear deal was within reach. And then, of course, we had Trump telling New York Post later that he was less confident on a deal. So we are seeing oil spike at this point. In other news, it looks like the bromance may be rekindled between Musk and President Trump. Trump said he could reconcile with Musk, and Musk said he regretted his social media posts. Then we have the EU, an EU headline out today saying they see U.S. trade talks extending beyond Trump's July deadline. They think they can see reaching an agreement in principle by July, and then they expect to hammer out the details later. Again, it's kind of like a pretend and extend. So, once again, I think, we're still going to get this kind of kicked down the road, and we won't have any clear resolution still after the 9th.
Yep. And to comment on the crude oil, because that was the first thing I noticed this morning, up nearly 2%. And really, it's just an inside day from the technical perspective. You had that sell-off yesterday on the close. I was actually getting interested in starting to get long there. I don't really do much in the overnight sessions. Again, it didn't quite get to where I wanted, and then overnight you get this news. I mean, crude oil still, to me, is bullish. The fact that even after this news that we're only inside yesterday's range, for now, obviously CPI this morning could totally change that and market could keep going higher. Still looks bullish. Yesterday, Merritt was commenting he saw a pullback before we went higher as well. And I kind of feel the same way here. It's like, the biggest thing with crude oil is that this market has tried to break out of this recent range for so many times. It's been a fake out. Do you think that that news is strong enough, Shy, to keep a sustained rally?
Well, I think I think it is. We keep hearing that we're going to be in this global recession and that we're going to, we're going to see demand way down, but uh, that hasn't happened so far. In fact, we're seeing demand rise. We had the OPEC Secretary General actually came out yesterday and said, you know, we don't, we still see demand growing, uh, you know, month over month and year over year. And so, again, I think this market's been governed by sentiment more than fundamentals because fundamentally the market is tight. If you look at, the first 6 months, we are in extreme backwardation. And then the back end of the curve goes into contango, which means people are thinking that prices may be lower in 2026. But right now, that backwardation is saying we have a fundamentally strong market, at least for the rest of 2025.
Yep. And it's one of those things. I don't trade breakouts. I like mean reversion back in. And everyone's saying, look at NASDAQ right now. Let's take a look at what's happening there. Just it's moving around. Anything coming out on the tape right now? Not a lot of volume coming through at the moment, but what's going on in NASI?
I don't see any headlines right now. I feel like
It says China trade news is what I'm seeing on Twitter.
Let's see. Looking really quickly.
Not really much. I mean, I look at this move and go, we're down 30. I think it's going to be difficult to see. You got Trump saying deals done with China.
I don't think the market actually believed that.
Yeah. And when I look at even what's going on in the chart here, well, we'll see what Joseph says. He's probably close to being ready. We'll probably bring him in here and see if he's got any insight as to maybe what's happening. If Joseph's ready, we'll bring in Joseph now and just bring this conversation to him as the market's starting to move. We'll take a look and see what his thoughts are. I don't know if you see anything. Good morning, Joseph.
Hey, good morning, Anthony. Good morning, Tracy. Thanks for inviting me. It's great to be here.
Great to have you here. Huge fan of yours. Been following you on X for a long, long time. I just love your insight because it's clear, concise. I get it. As a day trader, which is what majority of the people here are watching, day or swing traders, can actually take your information and help us become better, which is obviously the goal. You don't overcomplicate stuff, and I really appreciate that from you. This morning, we've got CPI coming out. We also, I don't know if you saw any news hit the tape about what's happening. Everyone's talking about a little bit of movement here. Obviously, we've got President Trump is going to be tweeting a lot about what's happening with tariffs, I think, especially as we are getting closer and closer to a final deadline. We'll see what ultimately happens. Thoughts on the current market environment this morning and maybe some pre-CPI thoughts?
Well, so everyone is obviously focused on CPI. I think the expectation is for CPI to be, kind of where we've been, right? So looking at headline, it looks like it's going to expected to be around 2.5, 2.4. So a little bit above the Fed's target. But looking at core on a year-over-year basis, it's expected to be a bit higher, maybe say 2.9%. So looking at just taking a step back and looking at the pattern, it seems like inflation has been slowly trending lower. And you do see that in, say, things like shelter. But at the end of the day, it seems like we're kind of stuck a bit above the Fed's target. And that's where I expect us to be going forward. Now, I think a lot of people are trying to look at this and infer Fed action, but I don't think it's going to tell us one thing or another. The Fed is basically very clear that they're committed to being behind, and so they don't really want to do anything until they have, I guess, a clear signal on the labor market. So they're waiting for unemployment rate to go up before they do anything, because it really just does seem like the inflation front is going to be pretty stagnant. But one thing I think is pretty interesting going forward is that I think the market may begin, when it comes to the Fed, be thinking more about what happens after Powell. So there's more speculation as to who could be the next Fed chair. And yesterday we had Bessent being floated out. maybe Governor Waller, maybe Kevin Walsh, who was a favorite last time around. And so I think the market may, going forward, focus more on who could be the next Fed, because that could be a signal as to the change in policy starting next year. So today it's June, so we're less than a year away from having the next Fed chair, and we'll know in the coming weeks who that will be. And so that might impact how market prices rates going forward. Maybe Trump will get his guy, and we know that Trump likes lower rates, so we'll see how that happens. Now, the other news overnight, of course, was, as Tracy mentioned, there was news on the China front, and also I think a little bit of geopolitical news. It seems like there are some headlines suggesting that Iran deal may not be as smooth as anticipated, and that may have an impact on oil. But I'm going to defer to her on that.
Yeah, I'm actually got the President Trump tweet up here right now. Maybe we pull up my screen. I got it on my charts. And so seeing this float around X, our deal with China is done, subject to final approval with President Xi and me. Full magnets and any necessary rare earths will be supplied upfront by China. Likewise, we will provide to China what was agreed to, including Chinese students using our colleges and universities, which always has been good with me. We are getting a total of 55% tariffs. China is getting 10%. Relationship is excellent. Thank you for your attention to this matter. We saw markets move initially. Any initial thoughts on that, Joseph, with that coming out?
Yeah, so what surprised me, just looking at the price action just the past day overnight, is that the market seems to be less sensitive to trade deals or positive talks. And I thought that was noteworthy. I think a week ago, if you had these positive trade headlines, we'd be up. We get, I think, more of a bump in the futures, but now it seems like nobody really cares. So maybe the market is getting a bit tired of this, and I understand, because I'm getting a bit tired of this. This is all this big tariff stuff and then walking it back. So it seems like he's kind of being a taco again.
Shai, let's get you in here. Any comments on what President Trump had put out?
This really isn't much more than we heard yesterday, that it was going to Xi and Trump for approval. He did mention the 55% tariffs. That is something new that we've heard this morning that we didn't hear last night. But again, I know we saw kind of a movement in the market. If you're a day trader, it was probably a big move. But if you're just looking at the market really didn't do much, right? So, we're still up, like 0.05%. So very interesting. But I kind of wanted to talk about the labor market, because you brought up the labor market, Joseph. And we kind of have a tale of two different markets on this last report that we had. We had 139,000 added jobs. Now that's less than it has been, but that's kind of a very different picture than what the household survey is telling us. And so can you kind of talk to us about what the differences are, and what does the Fed focus on?
So the Fed is an institution, and so it's going to place confidence of what other institutions say, and so it's going to focus on the headline number. Now, as you note, that there are two employment surveys. There's the household survey, and there's the one that survey companies. Now, the household survey has been diverging from the survey from companies for some time, and that's been the subject of a lot of commentary. Now, taking a step back, though, we can see that the number of jobs created each month is been moderating, and I think that's totally normal and to be expected, because there's a couple big macro forces driving that. One is, of course, President Trump is enforcing immigration law, and so we have a slowing of the growth in population. Part of the reason why we had these huge job numbers during the Biden administration is because the population was increasing by, a few million every year, and honestly, no one knows. Now that's not happening anymore, and so we should expect job growth on a monthly basis to be slower. So that is a result of policy. It doesn't necessarily mean that the economy is weakening. It just means our population is growing slower. Now, the other thing that's happening, though, I think, is the trade uncertainty and also tariffs. So it looks like we're going to have a minimum tariff of 10% on everything imported, and it's going to be higher for some other sectors and for some countries. Now, that is, I think, a big change in how in our economy, and that's going to have some impact on growth and business hiring and so forth. So that is also a policy measure that I think that is slowing the economy. So to see the job growth slow, to see maybe a rise in unemployment rate or a weakening the labor market is, in my view, expected and a logical consequence of these two policies that the administration looks like it's going to continue going forward.
At what point does the Fed start getting worried about the labor market?
So
what do we need to see in unemployment numbers?
We need to see the unemployment rate tick up. So it stayed steady at 4.2 last month. We wanted for the Fed to get worried. They want to see the unemployment rate rise probably above 4.4%, which is kind of where they thought the unemployment would be at the end of this year. So if the unemployment rate is rising faster than expected, I think they'll become more concerned. Now, I've been kind of surprised by how resilient the labor market is. So we hear all these anecdotal reports about companies getting laid off, but at the end of the day, the unemployment rate is still around 4.2%. But if you look at jobless claims, it does look like they're ticking up steadily higher. And so my sense is that the labor market is softening, just doing so slowly. And so my expectation is still that we would have a higher unemployment rate going forward, climbing higher than the Fed's expectations of 4.4%. And that will get us, a few cuts this year.
Do we get a surprise? We had a lot of government layoffs, but they all got sort of these 8-month compensation plans. So do we get like a surprise jump after those compensation plans run out in unemployment?
I think that's possible. So as you note, due to Doge efforts, a lot of the government employees took their buyouts, right? But some of those people are going to be people who are already going to retire. They just got to retire a bit earlier and a little bit wealthier. Some of those people took those packages and went and got jobs elsewhere, right? So, if you are a government worker who doesn't have very good skill sets, you probably didn't take that job offer. The people who took that offer are the people who felt confident they could find a job elsewhere. And also, we hear a lot of anecdotal reports that the government, maybe had to rehire some of these people back because they actually needed them. So it's hard for me to say just how much of a, real change, real impact this would have had on the unemployment rate in the future. It could have just hastened some churning that would have occurred anyway.
Expectations are for what, Shai? 100% for one more cut between now and the end of the year?
Correct.
Yeah. I mean, Joseph, what are your thoughts on that?
So heading into this year, I was thinking we'd have at least 4 cuts, and I was thinking this would happen for 3 reasons. One is that the administration was saying that they would go big on tariffs. Secondly, there was a slowing in immigration, which would reduce growth. And thirdly, that we would have some form of austerity. Now, earlier in the year, we had Elon, big star name, really trying to cut down federal spending. Now, all these things told me that we would have some degree of potentially an economic recession, at least a slowdown. So that would have led to at least 4 cuts. But today, where we are, 2 of those factors are true, but that austerity piece is not true. It doesn't seem like we'll get any of that. And Elon tried his best, but it looks like it's not going to happen. I think those 2 are still enough to slow the economy down to warrant more than, I think we're about 1.5 cuts, 1.75 cuts priced in today. So I still think we're going to get a few cuts. The thing is that when I look at the market, it prices in Fed cuts in line with where the equity market is. So the market thinks that the higher the equity market goes, the less cuts there will be. Now, the equity market has really surprised me into how buoyant it is. After April, we just basically went straight up, and it looks like we're within spitting distance of all-time highs. I think that the equity market is going to move lower throughout the rest of the year, and that in line with what we see in a slowing economy due to slower immigration, due to tariffs, which are basically a tax hike. I think that will get us more than what's priced in. How much more, I think, it depends on just how much we see in declines in the equity market. Now, I've been pretty wrong about the equity market the past month. Did not expect us to be, just spitting distance of all-time highs. So want to see how that unfolds in the coming months. I still think that we are, pretty ebullient, and I would expect more downside going forward.
Buoyant is the right word for sure, Joseph. Actually, I'm going to pull up the charts here because we're going to start getting ready for some pre-CPI prep. But yeah, so thinking that the market, well, first off, I want to say I think it's very important what you had said on how the market is predicting the future of rate cuts and how it's looking at the equity market. I don't think enough people talk about that, Joseph, because I totally agree with you, and that's something I've learned from watching people like yourself and understanding how that plays a role in what they're predicting for rate cuts. So you think there is going to be some volatility going forward in the market. You don't see, I mean, because everyone that's looking at this chart from a technical perspective, and that's what a lot of people are going to be basing the new all-time highs on, is just saying, look at this market, just can't even pull back. You don't believe in that. You think that there's going to be some turbulence going forward. What do you think will be the main driver of that?
So I look at markets through the lens of policy. I think policy is the biggest driver of markets, and I combine that with my understanding of the financial system to see how these policy changes will impact markets. And so from a policy perspective, it seems pretty clear to me that the dollar is going to get weaker going forward, and maybe by a lot. Now, the reasons for this are numerous. One is that we're starting at a point where the dollar is historically quite strong. And secondly, I mean, just to route off some of the reasons we could have a weaker dollar, we have a 7% fiscal deficit. Looks like it could be going even higher. That is obviously negative for the currency. We have an administration that wants to rebalance trade, and one of the tools for that is going to have to be a weaker dollar. Now, not necessarily against all the currencies, but let's say against certain East Asian currencies are very good candidates for some kind of agreement linked to trade. And not only that, the administration seems to be doing a lot to try to scare foreign investors away. Now, not just the way that the trade negotiations are being conducted, but we have legislation such as Section 899, which is going to give the government powers to basically increase the tax withholding of foreign investors under certain circumstances. So they're making the U.S., which is historically kind of the global piggy bank where foreign investors throughout the world store their wealth, a little bit less secure. Now, I'm not saying the dollar is going to lose its reserve status. That's pretty well established. But I think it does make foreign investors want to rebalance their exposure to the U.S. a little bit. So, I think it's a very strong case for a weaker dollar going forward. Now, that being the case, when foreign investors are so heavily exposed to U.S. and the U.S. dollar is declining, the foreigners will take losses in local currency terms. And so that's going to have to force them to reduce their exposure a bit. And historically, I think foreign exposure to the U.S. is quite high. So having that rebalance a bit should take U.S. assets down. And I think that's going to put some meaningful downward pressure on U.S. assets going forward as we have this entire rebalancing process. Foreigners may be less exposed to the U.S., more exposed to other countries. It could be Europe, it could be Latin America. It really just depends on the foreigner. So that's my core base case for a decline in U.S. assets going forward.
Thank you. Yeah, and while you were saying that, I pulled up gold because when you think weaker dollar and we look at what the metals markets have done this year, gold market will be a focus, of course, this morning with CPI as well, wondering when it comes in with inflation. So what are your thoughts? If you think there's a lower dollar, do you think that the metals trade continues?
So the only thing that I'm super positive on is gold. So, I mean, a lot of people, we are in a world where there's a lot of great change, right? Geopolitically and so forth. So you see central banks buying gold. That's pretty obvious. People's Bank of China continues to buy gold. That's a huge tailwind. And you have a weaker dollar. That's another tailwind. And one of the things that really struck me in April was that when we had this huge panic as to what the US is doing, we had the dollar sell off, we had Treasury sell off, but we had gold acting as basically the only safe haven. Now, from the way that I look at markets, we have regime changes, but it doesn't happen overnight. It happens gradually. Like you take one step forward, one step back, two steps forward, one step back. And I think we're moving gradually into a world where gold is going to be the ultimate safe haven as the US kind of retreats and maybe everyone else looks at the US with a bit more caution. So I think I'm really positive on gold, and I've also noticed that other metals seem to be catching up as well. One of these standouts has been silver, which seemed to be making new one-year highs just this past week. Now, to be clear, silver is very, very volatile, so it's in part an industrial metal, which would do poorly during let's say if we were to have an economic slowdown or a recession. In contrast, if we were to have an economic slowdown or recession, we'd get rate cuts, and that would be very bullish for gold. But yeah, I think the metals, gold in particular, seem to be doing pretty well, and I really like gold here.
Yep, we have platinum up almost 5% again today.
What do you guys think about silver and platinum?
I am a huge fan of silver and platinum. I've been talking about this for quite a while. Platinum's been in a sideways market for so long. I knew that, when it broke out, it was going to break out with some force, is exactly what we have seen. Again, it's also an industrial metal, but what we are seeing is retail, more interest in retail with jewelry demand, coin demand, bar demand that we don't traditionally see because it is less expensive than gold and yet still in the precious metal group.
Yep. It was my best trade in May, Joseph. I made 50 points. I covered it 64 points ago. It was a great trade. I mean, you can't trail a stop, Anthony. But now we're getting into pre-CPI. Shai, what are we looking for expectations today?
Right. And so for expectations on CPI, we have CPI month over month expected at 0.2%, year over year 2.4%. Now, when we move to core, we are expecting. We are expecting month over month 0.3% and year over year 2.9%.
Joseph, as we head into the data today, what market will be the main market that you're keeping an eye on? For me, it's going to be 30-year bonds. I'd be very curious to see what they do on the long end here today, as it's been teetering on trying to see if it can go back down and test the lows. What are your thoughts, and what would be your focus coming into today?
So, Anthony, I like that you're focused on the 30-year bond. I think that is something that everyone should be focused on. It looks like it just wants to go higher, right? You guys look at things from technicals. It really looks like it wants to go maybe a lot higher. And I think that is another potential weak point for the market. It seems like we're getting less and less tolerant of just the fiscal deficits we have, not just in the US, but across the world. We also see, for example, the Japanese bond market having some trouble of late. So if we do have some kind of scramble in longer dated duration where, maybe some volatility there, that would be pretty negative for the equity markets. But I want to be clear, there's a lot of tools that the authorities can do to fix the bond market. So you don't want to be too negative there. What you want to focus on is the currency. So impacts on, let's say, sovereign debt problems are going to manifest, I think, in currency a lot more than rates, because rates are ultimately something that the government can have some say in. So I'm going to be focused on the rates market to see how they react, and I'm going to focus on the dollar to see how it reacts. Although I really don't expect too much change today, because the CPI thing has been just kind of where it has been over the past few months. It doesn't seem like, unless we have a big outlier, we'll have too much movement.
Yeah, as I said this morning, I was talking with Shai, having coffee. I said, I'm hopeful, but I'm doubtful.
So we'll see. It's interesting. We should get the data here in a few seconds. But, it seems like the Fed is getting a little more comfortable with inflation trending a little bit higher than they want it to be.
Yep. So as the data comes out, Shai, what's the number one point you're going to point out right away for us, just so we know?
So we'll do the big ones. We'll do CPI year over year and core CPI year over year.
Yeah, traders, I'm going to keep up the 30-year bond, and then from here I'll go to check and see what indexes are doing. And so initial reaction, bonds rallying right out of the
Oh,
gate.
it's cool.
Right,
It's cold.
and so it's cold, yes. So CPI year over year came in as expected, 2.4%. Month over month was 0.1%. When we move over to core, we have forecast was 2.9%. We came in at 2.8%, so cooler than expected. And month over month, also cooler than expected at 0.1%.
Yeah. So what it does is it accentuated all the trends in equity indexes and in gold. Gold rallied, bonds rallied. Again, hey, everything's going up. What's going down? Not much. You guys see anything on your screens that's going down? What I'm following, pretty much everything that I'm seeing has rallied.
The dollar.
The stuff that I'm following. The dollar.
The dollar, right.
Going back to what Joseph had said. Joseph, initial reactions off of CPI.
Well, obviously it's cooler than expected. The market likes cool CPI. So my view is, of course, that I think historically we expect that, weaker CPI, lower rates to be positive for the equity markets, and we see that today. I continue to think that's going to be a bit different going forward, because if this is going to mean a weakening dollar, and as we know, foreigners have huge exposure to U.S. assets. I mean, U.S. assets have been the place to be the past few years. We've had growth, we'd have NVIDIA, tech stuff, and it's been a good ride. I think this weakening dollar is going to, from the foreigner's perspective, cause them to pull back a little bit, because let's say you're a Japanese investor, great, U.S. stocks are going up, but then the dollar is weakening, and that's just kind of making me actually, at the end of the day, worse off in local currency terms. So domestic investors are going to think this is going to be really good for the market, but I think because of this structural foreign exposure, it's actually not going to be good for the market. So focusing on the dollar, I think the weaker the dollar goes, it's going to be bad for equities. It's going to be good for gold, so I continue to like gold. But looking at the medium term, if we have a 7% fiscal deficit, if we're trying to reshore manufacturing, have less foreign trade, it's going to keep inflation higher than it was the past 10 years. So this temporary dip in inflation, maybe in the next few months, I think it's going to be just temporary. The structural forces are that I think in the medium term, inflation is going to be higher than it has been in the post-Great Financial Crisis era.
Any final thoughts for Joseph
Absolutely.
while we have him, Shai?
Do you think, just speaking of inflation, I wanted to ask you, is there a point where the Fed just has to accept higher inflation? And do you think they'd actually go so far as to move that to, say, 3% from 2%?
So that's a political question. And I think it's a really good question, because I remember during the post-pandemic inflation surge, we had people, very prominent people, saying that, hey, why don't we just move the inflation target a bit higher? If we were to hike rates, we would get a recession and a lot of people will be unemployed. And that's really sad. So instead of doing all these things that make people sad, why don't we just have inflation, 3%, 4%? That's not too bad, right? So I think going forward, when inflation is high, we're going to have these same people come out and same political forces try to figure out, hey, maybe we could have a higher inflation target if it means that people keep their jobs. So that discussion is something that we saw recently, and we see throughout the world and throughout history. It's a very common thing we see in more populist frameworks, which is, I think, where we are right now. If we were to change the inflation target, the way that I think they would do it is that they would move from a 2% target to maybe a 2% inflation band. So, for example, instead of saying that we're targeting 2%, let's say we're targeting 2% plus or minus 1%, because, targeting inflation is complicated, right? It's not something we could fine tune to the decimal. So let's give ourselves a little leeway, 2% plus or minus 1%. And that, in effect, would be raising the inflation target to 3%. The only way that I see us going there is if we were to have stubbornly high inflation and the political class doesn't want to pay the price of having a recession to get back to target. So that's not something we have to worry about today, but looking at the fiscal deficit, looking at what we're trying to do with trade, which, to be clear, is meaning that we can't import cheaper goods from China. We're going to have to make goods in the US, which will be a bit more expensive, but again, it does create jobs and so forth. So that's a political decision that we could see in the next 5 years, not this year, in the next 5 years. And I think it's a good chance we could see that, because on the right side, got President Trump, populist, and on the left, I think the populism is where the energy is. So, President Ocasio-Cortez or something like that, I can see her making a decision that, hey, why don't we just have higher inflation, a little bit higher inflation, just to save jobs? So I think that there's a good chance that that could happen. Not this year, but maybe in the medium term.
And we'll end it there. Joseph Wang, thefedguy.com. Follow Joseph on Twitter. Absolute pleasure having you here today.
Thank you.
Like I said from the beginning, huge fan of your work. Great having you here for CPI, and getting a different perspective, I think, is always great. And again, it's clear, concise, and appreciate everything you do, Joseph. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me, guys. Happy trading.
So I'm going to be going to Pharm here in just a second. A lot to take in. I thought that was very good. A lot going on this morning. Any final thoughts,
Absolutely.
comments before I go to Pharm? We get technical.
So, that was a great interview. You guys get technical. I'm going to dig into this report and see exactly, where was it services bringing us down? Was it that goods were less than expected? And, I will post anything pertinent that I see, but obviously this is a long report, but I will dig into it for all of us, and I will get back to you.
All right. Thanks again, Shai. Busy morning and busy day ahead of us. All right, chat. Hit that like button. Having Joseph in here was really great. And of course, it's followed up by our guy Pharm, which I've got a lot of questions for. I mean, they may not be pertaining to trading, but we've got a lot of questions for him. And that was just awesome. And so, Pharm, I know you saw CPI this morning. I'm sure you were tuning in to having our guest Joseph and hearing his thoughts, which I thought was really, really good. Again, he threw some things that it'll take me a minute to digest, that he's got different views of what he sees happening with the market going forward, which I love that. Initial thoughts on CPI and what we heard from Joseph Wang.
Yeah, I've always enjoyed listening to Joseph. I think he's got some good thoughts, and I'm pretty aligned there. I do think that longer term inflation is going to be the story. Nice to get a soft print here, and find it interesting that crude's not really selling off with this, which is it's good for me, I guess, so far. But definitely interesting, and they are buying them. That's for sure, Deli.
Yep. And, we also had this China news, and people in the chat are asking. So a lot going on this morning. First off, we had President Trump tweet, post on X, post on Truth Social, wherever he posted it. I saw it come through on X, so we'll call it that. Said our deal with China is done, subject to final approval with President Xi and me. Full magnets and all necessary rare earths will be supplied up front by China. Likewise, we will provide to China what was agreed to, including Chinese students using our colleges and universities, which has always been good with me. We are getting a total of 55% tariffs. China is getting 10%. We'll see about that. Relationship is excellent. Thank you for your attention to this matter. I'm still skeptical of this. I think it brings more volatility because I do think there will be changes down the road. It's one of those things where, again, this was something that came out. Joseph said it, and I think he said it perfectly. He's like, a month or two ago, this market would be up a lot higher. There would be a lot more, response from this. The response was, I would say, relatively muted, but then CPI comes out, really gives the bulls all the ammo they need right now. You got a cool CPI number. You've got potential closure with China. We'll see what that looks like. I don't think we really know. Again, that's not for us to debate here on how that looks over time, but I think we're getting closer and closer to the end. And the fact that inflation is cooled from here, I find to be, boy, this is just what the bulls ordered, man. I mean, you got a bond rally, you got a gold rally, you've got equity rally, you've got weaker dollar. I mean, hey, bulls are having a party today. It is what it is. So I think that when we look at the markets coming into today, what can I say? I'm actually going to start off with ZB just because I mentioned this this morning watching it on CPI. It's going to be the number I'm going to be, or the market I'm going to be watching. I look to just gauge where I think we are in a market to help everyone with market environment and come into the day without giving you any sort of bias and just help you navigate the tape. And when I look at the bond market, it's pretty irrelevant right now. It doesn't really matter because all we did was rally back into the range. A cooler number to me, the focus is all on what's happening in equities. If the number would have been hotter and bonds would have been selling off strongly and we would have maybe taken out some recent lows, totally different tape. I look at the bond market as kind of a non-event today. I don't even like the trade at all. In the middle of moving averages, in the middle of Bollinger Bands, looks like a total consolidation. Again, I think zero impact on equities today. We go to crude oil. Inside yesterday's range, but did make a higher high. Overall, I'm bullish crude. It's just a tough long for me still because the risk is, I could still see this thing come back to 63, 64 area and be bullish. And these breakouts have been more like fake outs. And I'm not a breakout trader. I like mean reversion back in to go back with trend. I still think crude is bullish. Again, kind of muted response today, even with that headline that came out that was bullish oil. Don't love it here. I think this is a tape that I don't see much opportunity in. If anything, if there was a pullback today or into the next day, I would look for buying opportunities for day traders. I just think it's going to be probably light and choppy. I don't see much there. Gold got bid again. Not a surprise that gold takes any news and tries to go higher because it's pretty much the strongest market that we have out there in terms of primary trend and what it's done with the bull market. Cool CPI, it took it and just ran with it higher. I mean, you could debate whether or not that makes sense or not, but doesn't matter. Gold's bid. Again, technically in the middle of consolidation, Bollinger Bands are tight. I don't see a lot there. So when you look at the major markets outside of equity indexes, I said yesterday it was more silver and crude oil for me looking at it. Now that the CPI is behind us, I look at NASDAQ and S&P. I look at it as I look for long signals and I take them. If I'm an intraday trader, barring any new headlines or anything that comes out, because always can happen, technically this market is very bullish. You've got news behind it. It's got some momentum now. Hard to fade it, man. I just look at it and go, where are we going in NASDAQ? I mean, eventually we're heading up probably to 22.8, 22.9, 23,000. It's just holding above every technical thing that I look at. The pullbacks have been so narrow, can't even get to a 21-day moving average. If I'm a short-term day trader, I still think you can trade both sides of the tape, but I do like the long side more because it does have news and it is now building momentum. Higher high again on the daily. Hard to look for any reason to short it. Same thoughts for S&P. Again, there's just not a lot to look at from the bear side. What are they holding on to right now? I mean, they have nothing really. We'll see what the market does when it opens, but very little there from the bearer side. And look at the Russell. Again, outperformer to the upside. Russell Recon month. Russell's volume continues to grow this month. Its volatility is expanding. When I look at the Russell, the fact that it's participating with NASDAQ and S&P, just hard to fade this market. You've got the indexes all working together, news behind it, bullish. I don't have a lot to tell everyone today besides don't overcomplicate this. There's an underlying bid in this market. It is what it is. Pharm, we'll go to you. I like your stuff more than mine right now because you're looking more inside the tape. I try to give more of a general market environment. And again, for me, it's like, don't complicate this tape, man. It's bullish.
Yeah, it is. And I mean, this is just perfect for the Russell, right? I mean, we talked yesterday about, kind of needs Goldilocks to really rally. And here we have jobs was okay, right? It wasn't super weak. Of course, you had macro bears
Yep.
digging into those numbers and suggesting it was weaker than maybe headline, and macro bulls thought it was perfect. But it was fine for now, and here we have a cool CPI, and the Russell likes that, so that's important. I do find it interesting that crude is not weak off that. I've been kind of blending. I've got a little bit of TLT on the bond side against some energy longs, and figured one of them was going to get hammered today, and looks like maybe not so far. But I mean, you're right. Like there's really has been no reason yet to fade this. There's one of two ways. We talked about that a swing high forms, and that's basically buyers are done buying, or you get some new market generated information. Some news comes out that just completely ends that upward auction. And so far we've had neither, right? I mean, we had some decent highs, but each high has just been formed from some decent sized passive selling. Just profit taking is the way it has read, and then you get these liquidations, and then they just get snapped up, right? We talked yesterday about the potential for hedging flows. I would have liked a little deeper pullback yesterday, but we saw it a couple of times. The hedging flows came on. That's another source of selling, one of the very few sources of selling that we've seen in this market in quite some time. And then once that's done, the dip just gets bought and it gets snapped up. So trying to catch a top is just not going to be super fruitful, because again, you've got one or two ways that this upward momentum is going to end, and we have seen neither. So in a bullish trend, when you're looking at like spots and you're looking for like sellers to defend, that's not really a thing in a bullish trend. Sellers don't defend because short sellers will never top out a market in a bullish trend. It's going to end when longs, the earlier longs take their exits. Late longs start buying into those early longs as they exit, and they start to puke. You get some early shorts come in. But that's really how it's going to happen. It's not going to be from like some short sellers, and looking for them to defend any kind of key level. So that's kind of big picture where I'm at. I would love to see more volatility. I would love to see more range. But it is what it is. And I agree that it's, kind of focus on longs. You can get some selective shorts. And we have, when longs get a little bit extended, particularly into a key, gamma banana vanna level, and then run themselves off sides, then we can get those snap liquidations, and you can ride those short and make a fantastic trade. And it usually comes fast. That's the nice thing about the short side. Once you catch one of those liquidations, it's great. But you kind of need to be prepared to cover on the way down and get out and consider flipping long. So that's kind of big picture for me. I had posted on X last night. We had this VWAP with band. So that's what this was. My post on X was if you took the 518 week, so 6 p.m. I'll do this with weekly VWAPs. If you anchor a VWAP to the week of 518, Sunday at 6 p.m., and then put a +2 standard deviation band on this. And this was from one of kind of my most diligent students, Johnny Dubs. I mean, this guy didn't know what a candlestick was 2 years ago. And now he's doing all kinds of crazy stuff, finding stuff on his own. And you can just see the number of touches this +2 band had. I mean, just over and over and over again. Finally, looks like we've lifted that. And so maybe that can free up some upside if we can hold that. We've put in some single prints for this session, of course. So the prior high was, about 51-ish, I suppose 51.5. So if we leave, that untouched, we'll have session single prints coming into the open. And then obviously if we open above yesterday's high, then we're opening on a true gap up. And it seems like it's been a while after we had a string of, I don't know, maybe having like 5 of those in a couple of weeks. We haven't seen that. But if we open on a true gap up and we hold yesterday's high, then, it's pretty much all longs. Now, that said, again, like each time we pop up into a new high, we have found some resistance. We get some profit taking, maybe some longs that are trapped from ages ago are taking exits. So I was watching these 60s, kind of 62 to 66 and up into these 80s, basically 82 to 88. But I will say right in here, this area, like sometimes picking and choosing your levels can be just a little bit tricky in how you're going to interact with them. We do have single prints from, was that February 22nd, I believe, on right kind of here in the middle. Yeah, February 21st, I'm sorry, sort of right in here. So it tends to be a little bit tricky. And so it just remains for me, just cautious on rips, big picture, and reactive on dips until you see that that sort of auction end, basically. And that's going to end most likely on a failed move higher. So like, let's say, we get this move, right? And then we open cash, we rally up, we take out this high, and then just the bid vanishes and we butter all the way back through today's range. Like that's one way that it would look kind of bad. Like, well, maybe that's it, right? We got good news on a deal with China. We've got, a soft CPI, everything's great, and we can't bid it. And then we come back through yesterday's range. Like that would be bad. We've talked other days about how, if you open, you drive lower, you drive through an overnight low, you drive through a prior day low, that's a potential change in character. Doesn't look like that's, we're not opening in range to potentially do that, but same type of deal, failing up higher and then coming all the way back down through range. That would be a bad look. And so I put these out there because again, like until or unless some of these things happen, we favor bulls, right? So there's nothing changing on intermediate timeframes until this uptrend ends. And there's only two ways for that to happen. So that's kind of my big picture view. If you have any thoughts about that.
One thought is I like how you mentioned there could be some potential for shorts, but you got to be picky with them, everybody. I mean, that's the key. Don't be first in on selling a rally just because it hits resistance. Watch the way it reacts around resistance. And when you have a market that's now being led by a data point, by a headline and technicals, you don't need to be first in on a touch of resistance. Watch it, let it set up. Or if you're going to do a 3-lot, sell one. Then maybe you add with your second. Let it digest for a minute. You learn a lot from a 1-lot. Also I look at it and go, if you're an E-mini trader, maybe you sell micros on a rally and you're trading the minis, on the long side. These are things you can do as an independent trader to help you become a better executor of it. You don't need to be all in all the time, every time it gets to every level. And I know that everyone is finally getting a day where it's a little bit busy. The problem with a big update potentially is that the only thing you get to trade is resistance because we might power higher. I'm not saying that that's what's going to happen because I'm not sure. I still think it's going to be a little bit bumpy just because it has been. But nonetheless, just think about those things when you're executing.
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, you really, if you're going to try to fade this, and so I usually say this when I put out my plans, like there will be shorts, but I'm generally not like planning any ahead of time, right? I mean, you really have to, in an uptrend, you really have to have a very good read on the intraday action and the tape and how it's behaving to take some of those. And we had an example on Thursday in the Discord where we shorted the high of day. And I mean, it ended up, the fact that it went 75 was like, that was luck. We got like the Trump and Elon spat. But I mean, we were already up like 20 or 30 or something, and then it just went to hell. Like it was luck that we got 70. But I did a video explaining some of that. I'll share that for the Ninja crew. If you guys want, I can get you a link for that. I had done it unpublished, but I'll share that. It's just an example of how you can find a spot if you've got a good read on the action where you can have super tight risk and a high probability of getting, like in that case, it was like I was sure that I was not sure, but very, very confident that I was getting 6 and risking 2. And then an outside chance that I get 10, 20, 30, maybe 40. And then it just, we got luck boxed into 75. But those are the types of spots, if you really favor the short side, where you can take a shot. But I think when price is going up, if you're bearish and price is going up and, that frustrates you, the best thing to do is to take a long and then get some profits taken and then just start cheering for your long to stop out. Like maybe I'm sick, but I do this all the time because I get annoyed that, the market just bids and it grinds higher, and just take a long, right? Because then you get to make money. And then if you get stopped out, you're like, yes, finally sellers accomplished something. So maybe I'm a little bit weird. I'm definitely a little bit weird, but that's kind of my thoughts that. But yeah, I'll share that that video link with you guys. It was one of those spots where, again, two handles of risk. We did the same thing yesterday, two handles of risk, and it ended up working very well. But I'll get back to today again. I mean, so we've got, this prior high from the overnight. If we can stay above those highs into the open, and I'd like to maybe see us reclaim this kind of 62 to 66 spot just to have a little bit more room to breathe. Then we're opening on a true gap up. We're leaving overnight single prints behind. If that happens, you can see how thin the volume profile is here. And so that leaves a little bit of additional protection above yesterday's high, which was 49.5. So if this is left here, it leaves a little bit of additional protection. It's harder for sellers to potentially get through there. And you can look to buy dips. I'm still very, very cautious on rips. But effectively, with a true gap up, if we open above, yesterday's high, we've got 35 minutes here still. You're watching the open. I like to watch the 5-minute opening range. Basically, if there's no ability to bid above the 5-minute opening range high for me, and then we start selling off, then I start to look for a back test of the prior day's high. Now, it doesn't mean that we're going to get it, but it at least means, and that I have to short it. You don't have to short it, but it definitely leaves me cautious on the long side. Well, let's wait. We couldn't bid the open. We couldn't bid the 5-minute opening range high. Clearly, we need to pull back to find some stronger buyers. Now, if we do bid the open and there's no interest below the open, right? So, I mean, you just, the opening range, 30-second opening range is like low of day, right? I mean, it's just straight up, then, I mean, it's pretty straightforward, right? Probably don't want to fade that. And so those are the first two things that we're looking for. And I would say that, I mean, really these 20s, this 24 to 28 spot, we were buying it in the Discord all damn night. So you can see, I mean, how pesky it was. If you were a bear, you're probably smashing your phone. That was us. Apologies about that. But I mean, like, until that's meaningfully lost at this point, like, I'm favoring longs. It does look a little bit iffy if we get back into yesterday's range, so 49.5. And I would still watch maybe as low as 37 to give a trap. That would be like probably the lowest I would want to see, and then it would have to kick back above yesterday's high, 49.5. So as long as 49.5 is holding, it's technically a long. If it gets sucked back into yesterday's range, it's losing the like 37-ish back below these 39, 37 down here. Then you're probably coming all the way back down, most likely to nearly 24, 28 anyways. And then you put the overnight low at risk. So that would be a bad look. If I were looking for like this to be a top, then I would ideally want this to be a cash hours high, really. I mean, it doesn't have to be. I'm not a purist. I'm not a volume profile purist. I'm not a market profile purist. Like again, low of year was an overnight low. So we can't get married to anything. But it's the same deal. Like, come back into yesterday's range and then just like bearish engulf the thing. And then like, all right, maybe it's time for a pullback, right? So short of that, I'll be looking to smash the buy button for the most part, unless there's, again, some kind of a reactive trade where we see some clear fatigue from buyers. And to me, that would ideally look like an opening drive that comes up here, takes out this overnight high. Maybe it stalls like 82 to 88, and then just starts puking. Just the bid vanishes, walks away, and we start coming back through this range. That's about the only thing I would potentially look for on the short side today, Deli.
Yeah, when I look at your charts and mine alike, I think if it gives up this morning's low, boy, it will look toppish to me. So I think that is something to also consider today. It'll look very bad because you have also a drive higher on good news on multiple fronts, technicals behind it. If it were to take out this morning's low, you have now the market not being able to sustain, a rally with all of those things behind it. And so it's funny, as bullish as I am when I look at the tape on the onset right here, boy, how different it could look if that does happen today. I expect a busy day. Again, I don't think it'll be super easy to the upside. I expect a fight. If you've been long holding through all of this and you're now getting all of this good news, you might be using this moment to be a seller. And it'll be interesting to see what happens, because you don't know if you're going to get new buyers coming in after this consolidation, and we're finally breaking out a little bit again, more in the S&P and NASDAQ, Russell together. Do the new buyers overwhelm maybe the sellers that have been sitting, or some people that are looking to sell that have been sitting long for a period of time? That's the battle this morning, because a lot of this stuff is now getting behind us. And so it gets interesting.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. So it would start to look like buyer fatigue if we, especially if this is not a cash hours high, if we don't even come back up and test this and we just like puke through range, I'm still not going to be like calling a top, right? But it would look like it was time for a pullback to me. And I would probably ultimately be looking to buy that pullback on a daily high or low to come back up here and take out these highs. So there's no reason to think that's going to happen. It's just, again, prepare for what it would look like for it to flip bearish if you are bullish. If you're bullish, you should be spending all your time gaming out what the bears need to do to screw up your plans.
100% right. Pharm, this was great. Thank you so much. As usual, Pharm and I are on here from roughly 8:35 to 9 Eastern every day talking the tape, trying to get you prepared for the trading day, and hopefully we do that. And we have a little fun with it as well, don't we, Pharm?
We do. We do.
All right, my brother. I will see you tomorrow.
We'll see you, Dilly. Take care.
All right, everyone. Next up is Tanya. Let's hit that like button, though. Huge morning so far. Obviously, we had Joseph Wang, the Fed guy, big guest to come in and join us for CPI. We had Pharm, Shai, and I were talking all things markets today. And then now, of course, we have the lovely Tanya Trades in here to help us prepare for today's trade. Tanya, I know it's one of your favorite days, as we did get some movement on CPI. Initial thoughts?
Hey, hello, good morning, everybody. We moved about like 150 points to the upside on the Nasdaq just now. My favorite type of trade on CPI is a reversal trade. So I think what you guys were talking about just now, if it starts to look topish in that way, I'm going to be starting to look for reversals here. Especially if this 4-hour at 10 a.m., if we fail to close over this little swing high we made yesterday, I would probably have my eyes out for shorts. As long as it confirms, I would need some more downside follow through here. It's starting to look decent on NASDAQ. I mean, you just have like the beginnings of it pulling back now, but I'd like for us to completely take away the CPI candle would be good. And then we'd have some more breakdown, especially if we take out the pre-market low. I could see us going, if we continue the volatility there, I could see us going towards the 4-hour lows here, like 21,714. Because I'm just thinking about how even on the weekly, we haven't taken out like a weekly low in many, many weeks, I think. Ever since only the last time we took out a weekly low is April 25th, took out the previous weekly low. Since then, we've just been chugging up. And we haven't rebalanced the downside much at all. The thing is, for the longs, for me, like I don't like to long in a premium. I don't really see so much upside left. We're 2% below all-time highs. So for me, the edge would be, honestly, the higher RR would be shorting today. If it confirms the downside, I would look for more follow through to yesterday's low and then even Monday's low. Let's see here on the 4-hour. Yeah, so ideally at 10 a.m. we don't close above this previous 4-hour high. And then we can start seeing some more movement lower on the 5 and the 15-minute. So far, it's not really much, only like the 1 minute showing some shifts, which isn't enough for me to get short. I need to see some kind of inversion happen. And I'd rather see this whole CPI candle honestly get taken out to the downside. And to me, I wouldn't feel as if most of the move is over there, because we just did that. There's plenty of more sell side happening down here. We have a lot of trend line liquidity. All these days that we never took out even a daily low. So yeah, we have all this trend line liquidity. I would think that this would be my first target, 27,720. Yeah, but that being said, I'm not gonna just start shorting based on like the 1 minute here. I need to see, hopefully at the open, honestly. Hopefully at the open we start seeing like a strong drop lower. Otherwise, we're just gonna continue this grind up higher, which I don't love, but I'd be fine with, because we are chugging along towards all-time highs, just on a very grindy sort of pace. And I'd just rather find my longs after we take some sell stops out. Like, for instance, yesterday, I think we had a bunch of headlines hit the news yesterday afternoon about even Iran and some other earth mineral deals as well with China and everything like that where we dropped it was kind of crazy actually, how in the first 2 hours of the morning yesterday was just back and forth, the tiniest range. And then we had such a huge sudden drop here. And then like a pop back up. It was kind of crazy there. I think it was here actually. Yeah, here it was had just the tiniest of ranges during the morning, and it was kind of comical until after 11 a.m., which is where the real volatility came through. Yeah. And then here, yeah, this was another drop there that came back into this area. But this was like some sort of Iran headline that swept all the sell side out. Had a lot of people stopped out and then provided those longs back up. And, just got to continue trading ranges if I'm going to go long, because like I said, it's harder to go long here at near a high and then expect more to go for an external range high from like months ago. It's much easier in this market to wait for some sort of sell stop and then just go for like an intraday high, or like a high from yesterday's pre-market, yesterday's high, something like that. It's just way more easier in this kind of environment. So yeah, I'd prefer shorts today, but can't, like I said, I would need this CPI candle to get taken out first. Is the chat mostly bullish again today?
Yeah, let's go over that. 58% was what it's been pretty much every day for the last couple of weeks. 20 is 58% bullish, 23% bearish, 19% neutral. I mean, you could almost come in and stamp this is what it is every single day for the last, I would say, 2-3 weeks. It's been consistently the same. And for the most part, the chat's been right. I mean, we've gone up every day like you talked about. One thing I do want to say is that Xi put out some news. Adding to the China readout, President Xi and I are going to work closely together to open up China to American trade. This would be a great win for both countries. Expect more of this news again. When I look at your charts, when I looked at what was happening with what Pharm was putting out, what I think does get interesting today is that you even talked about yesterday with that news that took us lower and then right away it was bought again. Now you've got technicals supporting a rally. You've had multiple headlines come out today that were bullish. You had the cooler CPI, you had the China news. If they don't start to take out these highs, and if by chance we do start to come back into the recent lows of this morning, when I say recent, I mean really recent, boy, does that change the whole tone of what this tape has been. Because what's interesting versus what you saw yesterday, as you mentioned, you had the lower dip which has been auto buy on any sort of negative news. It's been an opportunity to get in. Now you had the good news come higher, and you have somewhat of a, the opposite of a V top, opposite of a V bottom. You got a little bit of a V top. We'll see what happens. It's like, again, on the short side, everybody, I can't stress this enough. You don't need to be a rush to get in. I always look at it like this: wherever the more dominant side is, which has been bullish, look for your strategies to give you a signal there. And you could, if you're trading minis, you trade minis there. If you're looking to sell a rally, you don't need to be first in. You could use micros or just sell it with a one lot. Because I think if the short trade is going to spark today, I think it could have some legs because it would be a change in what we've seen, Tanya, because now you have a good news situation that actually would turn bearish versus what we've seen in the past of any sort of negative headlines that have been immediately bought. So it's just something to keep in mind for today.
Yeah, it's a great point. Like we've had a lot of those sudden news bearish headlines come in, and yeah, it's just been a very short term, short trade that lasts maybe a few minutes and then it gets bought up. So it'd be nice. I mean, if we see a change of character there with good news, yeah, getting sold down, that would be interesting. That would be kind of, I mean, that's why CPI is my favorite kind of day, is that oftentimes you'll get larger ranges and those reversal plays happening. We'll see if that's the case today. Hopefully there is. Like we have a 150-point move now just from the CPI candle. So hopefully we'll see some more volatility come in today. Otherwise, it'll be kind of disappointing, not gonna lie. But like what's interesting is I was looking at the CL trade is actually working out decently now as well. Crude oil, as we were talking about yesterday. Actually, it came back and retested this high just at like yesterday's close, actually. And so far, we're having a lot more follow through, which is pretty good. And it's looking promising, Delhi.
Yeah, and Shai said there was some bullish news overnight in crude oil, and I'm not in this trade. I still was hoping for a little bit more of a pullback. That close yesterday, I think if we didn't get that headline, crude oil would have been a little bit lower this morning, as you saw the sell-off yesterday, but bullish news came in overnight and again changed that tape. But everything's going up today. You got gold going up. Yeah, the only thing going down is dollar.
Right. The only thing going down is the dollar. Yeah, if it comes down, I would probably look for this area, 64s. But if it continues higher, I mean, it could look still promising and setting up higher highs. I mean, higher lows as well. And yeah, there could be opportunities to get back in. We'll have to see. Crude oil is I'm definitely looking at yesterday while NASDAQ was kind of ranging a lot. In the morning, I was starting to look at gold, and gold had a decent short down, and I'm just kind of noting how it had some decent continuation lower. That's just something I'm journaling nowadays so that have other assets to look forward to versus just the indices every day. So yeah, it's hopefully CPI gives us some more momentum. Honestly, I prefer downside. I'm open to more upside, but it's just a harder trade since you're already at these local highs.
Yep. Tanya, it's going to be a busy day on the rest of this network. We appreciate having you here. As usual, Tanya is on with us from Mondays through Thursdays. Monday, Tanya streams with us all day, and she's doing pre-market outlook every day from 9 to 9:15. Big day today, Tanya, as we have following you. We got them waiting. We've got Leo and Kane. That should be interesting.
Ooh, that's gonna be fun.
Yep.
All right, good luck.
Tanya, have a great day on your stream. We'll see you tomorrow.
Ciao.
All right, everybody. It's Wednesday. Normally, it's just Kane on Wednesday, but today we've got Order Flow Labs. We've got the lab. We've got 6'5" Kane. We've got 6'1" Leo. I found out yesterday that Leo's 6'1". I'm like the shrimp on this network at 5'11". We got two big heavy hitters in here today for Trade the Open with the lab and Order Flow Labs. Here they are. What's going on, guys?
I gotta correct you, Deli. I'm actually 6'2", but I won't hold that against you.
Jesus.
Wow. Kicking my lane down.
I mean, I'm going to look like a little kid in this group with all you guys. I mean, it got Pax is like 6'4", Kane 6'5". And then yesterday I hear Stowe is 6'1". Jesus.
Yeah.
I mean,
We're tall. You're the good looking one.
Yeah, well, yeah, I didn't want to say it, Kane. I didn't want to go there, but you know what? I got to tell you guys, this is super exciting for all the viewers and for me and for the network having the two of you guys here together. What brought this together? Maybe we'll start with you, Leo. How did this happen?
I don't really know. I was contacted by somebody who shall remain nameless now, and she said, "Hey, we've got an open spot on Wednesday, and it would be fun to get you and Kane on a stream together because we've never been in the same room, we've never been on the same stream. There's all these allegations that we're the same person, and so we just wanted to demystify that."
Clear up the rumors.
Yeah, so I'm looking forward to it because I think we have different trading styles, and hopefully today we can bounce some ideas off of each other.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, Kane, this is normally your yeah.
Go on.
No, I say this is your Wednesday, and now we've got Leo in here. What are we looking to expect from you guys today?
So I was going to say, I mean, I normally tune into the close, as I've said several times on my streams. So, and then obviously it became this running joke about VWAPs, delta flips, and all these things, kind of taking all of their buzzwords from their streams and implementing it in mine when I now have no idea what it is. So it just kind of evolved into this friendly banter, and then me and Leo have spoke a few, or Leo, sorry, and I have another friend that spells the name the same, Leo, which is why I say it wrong. And then yeah, and then obviously, like Leo said, just connected. So it'll be interesting. We typically are in similar moves, for different reasons. So it'd be nice to chop it up, I guess. It's nice, So I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you guys have collaborated in doing this here. I'm super excited about it. Huge fan of both of you. Both of you are cool, calm, and collected, and really just been a fan of your work and what you guys have done, not only on the NinjaTrader Live Network, both of you, what you've done outside with the lab, obviously with Kane, and Order Flow Labs with Leo, and just seeing how many people have come from that. I know you guys have your own crews, and I see people from the lab. I see a lot of them in here. I've watched a lot of what they're doing on YouTube. All of them just good people, good traders, built an unbelievable community. Leo, we know what you guys have done with Order Flow Labs, and all the guys that are in here on a regular basis on NinjaTrader Live. It's something special what you guys have done. I think that the community has really, really benefited from the two of you, not just from you guys individually, like I said, and what you guys have done with both of your respected companies. And I hope everyone out there really appreciate this collaboration today between the two of you. And go check out what both of them are doing. I know you guys are going to be doing some giveaways, but I also want to say make sure you go and check out what they're doing at orderflowlabs.com and go check out what they're doing at the lab. Follow both these guys on Twitter. Two great guys. I'm super excited for today. I'm going to hand it over to you. I know there's a lot to go through. You guys are going to be on for several hours, and I can't wait to see it. And I appreciate you guys a lot. Thank you so much for this today.
Thanks, Telly.
Thanks, Teddy. Appreciate you, brother. How you doing, mate?
Good. Long time no talk.
Yeah, it's been
Dude,
like what, a couple of days?
Can you please go to dark mode? You're blinding me with this
No,
chart.
I actually can't. I apologize. So
Oh my goodness.
yeah, no, I really don't like the dark colors. It's and also if I go to dark mode, I think my candlesticks disappear. See, I don't actually even know how
I mean,
go
you
to
don't
dark
need
mode
candles
anymore.
anyway, Kane.
Yeah, true. I just waiting for 10 a.m. as you like to taunt me for. God, I don't even actually know where the dark mode is anymore. Oh, here you go. Oh no, it's even worse. Oh no, it's just the border. Anyway,
Ah, what a fake.
I'm not messing around with it. So, yeah, I actually caught along off with pre this tariff deal announcement, tagged me right out and then dumped right back to my entry.
Oh,
And
nice.
then yeah, I got out. It was quite nice. Did you get into anything this morning? Actually, you don't trade before 9:30, right?
No, I don't really trade pre-market.
That makes
I
sense.
wasn't even up at the office yet till like 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, I mean, it's 2 o'clock here, so I'm. I guess I have the curse of having the chart all day, so
Well,
something's
you're
tempting.
single and it's in the afternoon. I mean, you have nothing better to do.
True. Yeah. Get up in the morning, go to the gym, and then I'm back to trade. So anyway, chat, how are we? How is everyone?
So Leo is dark and Kane is light.
Yeah. I get taunted with the light mode a lot, but I think in all honesty, if I find myself, because it gets quite late here in the PM, especially in the winter months, if I have a dark screen and it's dark outside, I could just quite easily fall asleep.
I think it allows just for me, I don't know, maybe when you know 10 years from now when you're older, you'll appreciate dark mode because it's just less, I don't know. It allows me to focus a little bit easier.
Yeah. Yeah, but see, like I can't like the color contrast on your charts. I guess I'm probably a little bit colorblind. It just makes it hard to see everything. But I guess you
Yeah.
probably see it a lot better than I do right now.
Yeah. For sure. Yeah. I mean, streaming is when it comes through on the stream, it's a lot different than what I've got. So it's
Do
part of it.
you want to see anything specific today? As in, like, what are you kind of eyeing?
Yeah, I mean, so from a higher time frame, I'm just looking at this balance area that we've been in, you know, kind
Yeah.
of it's interesting that from this low here, we've been just walking up,
Mm,
you know, very slow, grindy moves that have been a little difficult to trade, you know, if you're active.
mm,
So really what I would want to see now that we're above it and we're going to be opening above this balance area break is, you know, good push from the open. I would want to see like a directional, you know, kind of just straight up auction right out the gate. Um, if that doesn't happen and we fail kind of back inside this balance area, then I think that would get me pretty bearish. So kind of, you know, it's not a line in the sand necessarily as it is more of like an awareness of this 22,000 level, you know, give or take
okay.
is kind of that spot for me where, you know, if we're above it, you know, for the most part, I'm going to be focused more on the long side. If we get back below it, you know, that's, hey, we've broken away from balance. We opened outside of the balance and, um, you know, we should, in theory, you know, this should be a continuation move, to the upside. If, you know, and that playing out would be, you know, kind of the ideal scenario. But to be honest with you, my favorite trade setup on this would be for this to fail and then to get short and look for like kind of a multi-day move back down through the range.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're 600 points away from the high on NQ, which is just absolutely crazy to think about where we were a couple of months ago. Not even a
Right.
month, couple, like a month ago. We
Yep.
were, you know, closer to the low than we were the high, and now we're way closer to the high than we are the low. So, yeah, I don't know. I really echo what you're saying about, you know, since that open up below the weekly low and then basically walked up. I really hate that, which has been horrific for me, like from a price action perspective. I've got some intraday moves, but overall, I'm probably only up a little bit, um, because it's just I don't engage well in that. I know you probably do, but for me, it's very, very difficult. But I guess I side with you on the acceptance probably back inside of the range and then walk through because then that gives me a move to trade it more towards the high, which I guess is probably more my bias. Probably I don't want it to go to the high without me. Um, but yeah, I mean, it's been crazy, right? This infinite bid, slow grind has been quite boring. I know that obviously we spoke yesterday before um the move up after like at 11 or after 11 this 11:30 push, but like this price action at the open yesterday was horrific. Let's hope for a better day than yesterday. That's for one thing. Um, but yeah, I don't know. The contrarian in me just says that everything looks to be too good right now.
Yeah.
And
Well, there's two pieces of good news, right? And
yeah.
I don't know, this rally isn't really super inspiring. I mean, this CPI move was kind of like meh, you know, like a little pop and we're just hanging out.
Yeah.
You know, supposedly the, you know, whatever Trump announced was, you know, that deal with China was supposed to be, you know, the deal. I don't know. I would think the market would get more excited. So
I agree, but also I guess all the other announcements about the trade deals, other than a few China ones, have all been done during RTH, right? So
mm,
it'd be interesting what the Open thinks about it. I think we
right.
might just absolutely rip. But I would hate that. Like that would just have me sitting sidelined forever. I would prefer to go lower, retrace some of this move, and
And
then
then go. Yeah.
chop it a bit, maybe trade back up, maybe like 50% of the range, continue up to the high. Like right now, the 4 hour, I don't know. For me, obviously 10 o'clock is important. I really like that 4 hour close. So if the 4 hour closes up here, then I have to trade it towards the high. If it trades back below here, I'll probably start to trade your view of chopping it up back below the range, right?
Right.
I think if we get some sort of trade into like 800s today, like a 200-point correction, I'd welcome that. That'd be a nice move. But yeah, I don't know, man. It's the infinite bid is kind of scary. Starting to weigh on my mind a bit more than it should.
It's not easy to trade it.
Oh no, it's hard. It's definitely hard.
It's not that it's, I don't know. I wouldn't say that it's hard, I guess. It's more annoying than it is anything else because it's just like, you know, every little sell is just basically a fake out. Um, it's incredibly slow. I started trading NQ because the S was too slow for me. And during the summer months, it's like now NQ is just incredibly slow. So it's like, what should I go trade now? Copper?
Lean hog futures.
Yeah.
Just gonna trade lean hogs. Yeah,
That's what
I
we
don't
joked
know.
about yesterday, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Um, I don't know, man. Like I would either want to see the Open rally and I would accept that the news is obviously very bullish, or if the rally starts to fade, then I think someone knows something that we don't, and probably the trade deal isn't done. And then, you know, trade deal done, and then you can imagine it, right? Actually, the China announced trade deal is not done. Bang, market even worse reaction to the positive news than the positive news. That I could see very easily, but. I mean, I guess that's just probably me being a bit more sidelined than I'd like. In most of this move, that it'd be nice to get some sort of correction back towards the high so I can trade it, and that's very much my bias right now. So
Yeah.
I don't know. We shall see. We shall see. Do you have like any rules where you don't trade like 5 minutes after the open, or you just from 9:30 all words go?
So I have basically one setup that I look for at the open. And it's a 5 minute, so I use the 5 minute opening range.
Yeah.
And so I mark the mid of that 5 minute opening range. And I just look for a breakout of that range and then a retest of that mid. So if we break out to the upside, then I kind of use that mid, a retest of that mid as a good entry. Basically the idea being we show interest in one direction, up or down, outside of that 5 minute OR.
Mhm.
And if we come back to the mid of that range, the mid of that 5 minute OR, that's a really great trade for a continuation, right? So just continuation of that move. And I've shared tons of stats on that trade setup, and it definitely is a very popular trade at this point in the circles that I run around in.
So talk me through it. You just naked long, naked short the OR mid, or you just wait for like that confirmation from an order flow perspective, and then you get in.
Well, I don't ever take a naked trade necessarily, but I may start a small position and then just watch the order flow there. Um, and then just kind of try to get bigger. Or, if they if we break out to the upside and we come back and it's nothing but selling and, it's retesting the mid, I may just sit on hands. But it's
You
just an area
wouldn't.
of interest for me.
So you would never like say like the selling at that level is quite strong. You wouldn't play the opposite side of it because of the breakout to the upside, or you would just wait for the break to the low and then play the same setup after the break. Or
Yes, exactly.
right, okay, yeah, makes sense, makes sense. That's probably where like sometimes I can find myself if I want to see a setup and then it gets to that area and I don't see any sort of inclination. Like I guess you're especially on like a higher time frame around the open, I normally would just switch my bias and just trade the other side. And
Right.
that pays off more than it doesn't. Especially if like I don't like the way that price is approaching that my I guess POI. But yeah, I mean, I have the 30-second opening range on my chart purely from like a visual perspective of seeing where we
Yeah,
are
context.
from
Yeah,
from the
right.
open perspective. I don't actually use the OR. But yeah, I've seen and heard you speak about the OR mid a couple of times. Would you use it all day? Like if we're staying around the OR mid, you would just keep trading it?
I mean, it's one of those things where I'll trade it until it fails.
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, because at some point it's like the significance of it kind of what like deteriorates the more you hang
Yeah,
around it, right? Yeah.
right. Yeah.
Yeah. Makes sense, makes sense. Well, for me, I think at this point I'm probably going to be looking for some sort of long off the open, but I would need to see this current build up of price action taken out um before I can look to play anything. That would be nice. Sweep 15-minute low, trade up towards some sort of high.
Now, as far as you go, what time frame are you predominantly focused on? Like I'm sure you have like a top-down approach, right? So,
Yeah, so everything for me is 4 hour, hourly, 15-minute. If and when they align, like now, right? We don't have a 4 hour high, so we don't have this 4 hour high. Well, we have this high. This hourly high just set, so I can't really look to frame shorts. And then I would look for this 15-minute low off of that, and then I would jump down to look to play something off of this. So I actually quite like this. If we break to the upside off of the 30-second mid today, I could quite easily get long off of it. But typically what I like to see is I like to see some sort of momentum lower and then a reclaim. I just use inversions as a way to reclaim that. Inversions quite often are like low volume nodes from what I've been told from other people. So it's just like the same sort of concept is like that run, immediate rebalance, and then yeah, to the high. But like if we get like a 30-second closure outside of here, I could quite easily get long off of the opening range on the 30-second.
mm,
But I've been burnt on this trade more times than not, especially if ES is doing what it's doing right now and trading lower. But yeah, basically what I'm looking to do is I'm just looking to trade the 4 hour candle basically taking a low and trading it back to the other side of the high. So I'm just trading the either side of the 4 hour candle and use the hourly and the 15-minute to align as like a sweep on all time frames and then trade it back to the other side. It's pretty simple, but um yeah, that's basically it.
nice.
Do you use any significance on a yes? Now you trade NQ? Do you look at it even a little bit?
Yeah, so usually I'll have it in my purview. I just have like a volume profile with a DOM and
Yep.
just like some basic MGI. And it's good for me just to know what ES is doing. I don't really mark levels off of it or anything else, but it's kind of like one of those scenarios where if I use the overnight high low quite frequently because the stats on it are pretty good as far as being tagged.
Yep.
And so if the if NQ is just kind of hanging out near its overnight high and ES takes the overnight high out and then starts to reverse, that's something I want to know about because for me, trading NQ and seeing NQ not be able to take out the overnight high or just kind of like still around the overnight high, but just hasn't tagged it yet. If ES then does tag its overnight high, right? And starts to do something different, then I want to know about that because I may be looking for a short, but just be waiting for that overnight high to get taken out. And so I just kind of use it as a reference to go, okay, ES is taking its high out. So I'm just going to kind of follow the trade that I was going to take anyway, and not wait for NQ to do that same thing.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. Yeah, I prefer the ES price action, but the NQ volatility, which is basically, so I like to trade ES but on NQ because I like to get paid.
So do you ever trade ES though?
I've actually never taken an ES trade in my life.
Really?
Yeah, not once. Like maybe in like simulation or some stuff, but like from an actual live account perspective, I don't have a single execution on ES, at least not a meaningful, purposeful one. I may have accidentally like opened ES on my phone and hit buy on the TradingView app because that happens sometimes. But I'll just immediately close it. But yeah, like something like this for me is quite nice. It's like ES doesn't want to trade into these lows. NQ comes back to them. I imagine like if people are getting stopped here, some people are obviously maybe selling it. Now for me, it's like I would just like to see it reclaim and then just trade back up into the high, and I would just use the 30-second like gap here that I marked. There's like a way of doing that. Because as much as I like to see the opening range like there on my chart, I like to fade. I like to see it fade this side and reclaim, because once it reclaims the opening range, for me, it's nice. You would now look for like a break lower and a test of the OR, where I would like to see that fail. I'm not praying your downfall. I'm just saying my optimal setup around the open. Because typically after that, price just tends to trend for most of the session. And I can just forget about it. I sold the deviation, I guess, below or bought the deviation below the open, and then price just trends into the high. That for me is like an ideal. Anything order flow is interesting around here, or
Not right now. I don't really give tons of weight to much of the order flow until we get a bit of more of an established range.
yeah, okay, that
Especially
makes
with the
sense.
CPI, especially with economic releases. People come into the opens, with all types of different activity. So for me, on larger news prints, I just like to let it play out a little more. I mean, right now there's tons of selling into these lows, which makes sense. And there's a little bit of absorption, but it's nothing for me to play off of right yet.
Mm,
I would prefer like right now where we had an open gap, like a very small gap up from yesterday's high. And what have we seen is basically nothing but selling, right? So we had open, we had a little pop, we have nothing but selling. And so I want to make note of that. That like on a bullish open, the market has come in but nothing and done nothing but sell. So that's kind
yeah.
of a key point of reference for me. So I would
So I'm looking.
rather for this OR mid to see what we do here at this OR mid if we come back and retrace up to here. We haven't really broken out of the OR though,
Yeah.
This is like
S-
a B trade.
So obviously, I'm just trying to learn your kind of stuff, right? So these like -74, -87, these are just like the amount of contracts, like I guess the delta of the contracts there, like the more like 74 contracts sold more at that price than but were bought at that price, right?
Right, exactly. Yep.
Okay, so is it safe to say that that's quite a lot of selling considering the numbers on the chart elsewhere, right? It seems quite a lot. And then we didn't really go anywhere. So
Right.
is
Yeah, exactly.
that's the definition of like absorption?
Exactly. Right.
Okay.
So like if
Yeah.
you imagine if you were watching an order book in these 60s to 70s, you would see tons of transactions being hit on the bid, right? So like they would be selling into these bids, and then what you would see is the bid refreshing. So like if 5 lots were on the bid, somebody sold 5 lots, and then another 5 lots would appear on the bid. So they're constantly refreshing the order book with that liquidity, and sellers are happy to sell into them. But then the passive buyers, the passive bid just keeps reloading,
Yeah.
5, 10, 5, 10. And so somebody's gonna somebody's gonna win or lose. Like somebody's gonna eventually run out of ammo. So those areas where you can spot that activity, have give you kind of a reference for what happened at the spot. So like if we squeeze higher from this spot here, generally that's going to give me an idea that in this area, sellers got kind of they got washed out, they got absorbed by a passive bid.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. No. It really does. It's really interesting to know though that there's that much selling pressure at these lows. It's like they almost go to like I guess from a strategy perspective, like why on earth would like you sell a low there? I know that some people obviously are breakout traders, but like I don't know. In my head, it just doesn't make sense. You know what I mean? It makes sense why we're selling there from a perspective of we're selling not going anywhere. The delta makes sense and it's absorption. It's I guess a positive thing for bulls, but it's more of a like I could just never do that. You know, I guess that's why we're all
Sell it to
different.
the
But
low.
yeah, no way. Literally
Yeah.
never.
No,
You
I mean,
could.
I'm not really a person that's going to buy into highs or sell into lows, right? So like if I saw this, real time and was watching it, um, I would be looking for a long here, especially with prior to close, like there's a level. If you see on my chart, there's like a zone of interest there. So that, at on the open, I'm not super interested in the trade
Yeah.
because, I mentioned I want to see things play out a little more. But in a normal day, when we have a nice rally and we pull back to it and we see this type of activity, that's a pretty good trade setup for me.
Yeah, no, that kind of makes sense. Yeah, I just longed one here, to be fair. I just, yeah, it's basically just fits everything I said prior to the stream. That deviation below the open, reclaiming, I guess, this 30-second from 21,995. And now I just want to see this low. Oh, wasn't actually at the low. Hold. And if not, then I typically just wait after this. I just take a stab at 930, like some sort of trade around the open, and if it doesn't play out, I typically just then sit on my hands till 10. Because historically these trades are typically losers because I just don't read the open very well. But it's the only way I get better at it. But yeah, the days I don't take it, it typically plays out. You know what it's like. So it's it's creature of habit. But I just want to see this 15-minute low buy back up now. Either basically before 10. So we'll see. But typically I bought the high, or bought the local high. So these candles that you use on this chart as well, they're volume based.
Yeah,
So
they're 500 volume.
so every 500 contracts you get a new bar.
Right. Yep.
Okay, that's interesting. So like sometimes you could get a lot of bars going nowhere if there's a lot of absorption at a certain level.
Yeah, exactly. So like that's
Yeah.
one of the things that I look for is, kind of there's two elements to absorption. There's delta, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And then and just because of just because there's a large amount of delta doesn't mean it's meaningful. What makes it meaningful is what happens there.
Yeah.
So like in this case right here, if you look in this little range, there was quite a bit of sideways movement.
Yeah.
And so for me, it's kind of a small, like the equation is simple: sideways activity with tons of delta accumulation, either, bid side at lows or, if we were like up here, kind of in a range, offer side. So we'd see buy side absorption at highs. And that's kind of my criteria for, this is absorption or this is meaningless.
Yeah, that makes
Because
sense.
there's always people, there's always kind of a two-way trade activity, right? There's always people hitting the bid, lifting the offer. That's why I even have filtering on this profile here. So if you notice, like some of these bars are grayed out, and that's because they're not above a threshold
50.
that I set. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Yeah, interesting. And how do you use the volume profile on the right?
So it's pretty simple. Like if you think about volume is what, there's two aspects to price, right? You have time, volume, right? So volume for me tells me, the level of participation at a price, right? And so if there's a high level of participation, that indicates there's a high level of interest. So right now, between 90 and 62, there's a lot of volume done. And we can see
Yeah.
it right here in the candles, right? So
Yeah.
what it's telling me right now is from the open, we have very little volume up here, very little, willingness to transact, and we're building volume at the lows. So this is pretty bearish. In the current context, it's bearish. Now, we've just opened up, 15 minutes ago. So I don't give, that doesn't mean like, oh, I'm bearish now. But with the other pieces of context in mind, we're below that 22,000 level we talked about before the open. We're below this OR mid now. We rejected it. We opened in a bullish, open, and there's been a lot of sell pressure. So for me, it's not alarm bells. It's just like, hey, this is not what I would expect to see for a bullish type of open. So the volume profiles just give me that context, and then where these low volume nodes are, which you mentioned earlier, those are usually great points of interest for a trade idea, right? Because basically what it means is we had some volume here built up, we kind of liquidated, right around this 22,010 to 22,000 area. So like there was not very much volume done, right? It was very quickly rejected, and so a retest of these low volume nodes can be great entry points because oftentimes they define a distribution. And when I say distribution, I don't mean, like accumulation distribution and those terms, but I just mean a distribution in volume, right?
Yeah.
So if we go, from this volume node up to here, we're likely to start rejecting up to here because we have, historically, we've not shown interest up there. So that's kind of the, like a quick 10,000 foot view of how I look at the profile.
Yeah, no, that makes sense again. No, and even the distribution makes sense. Like it's distributing over that area from an even perspective over many price points, not a singular price point. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, this is horrific. I mean, I'm definitely out of trust stuff. It just slowly cliffed down. It's
I
just
mean,
like the
Kane,
worst reaction I
I
wanted.
told you my favorite trade setup, and you got long when I was supposed to get a
But
short.
oh, come on, you said I need to see some sort of break below. You
I
would call,
know. I know.
you would call 3 points a break?
No,
Nice.
I'm just messing
Oh,
with you.
I know you were. Yeah. But you would now, if this then came back up to the OM, now you would trade this, right? Because this is a break.
Yeah, I mean, I would be cautious though because it's kind of like this level has already rejected. Ooh. I may actually be interested in looking at these 63s, right? Because really what you want to see is you want to see this start to progress lower if it's going to be, pretty bearish, which it is. So now look at the profile here where we see the bottom of this large distribution that we were just talking about.
Yep.
Since that broke, now I basically have a level of interest, and it aligns with yesterday's close, right?
Yeah.
And so now I have like two pieces of information, actually three. There's the OR low from a 5-minute OR perspective. There's yesterday's close. And then it's also the bottom of this distribution on the profile. So I may actually be interested in shorting this 61. But yes, if we do break up to here, then that would be kind of the second point of interest for me from a shorts perspective. And then if we break above that, like I'm hands off shorts at that point.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. Yeah. This open is just the worst open for me. It just means I can't do anything for the next 15 minutes or 13 minutes. It's very boring for me, at
So
least.
I'm curious because we're coming up to your
10 a.m.
10 a.m. So can you talk me through that? Because I don't know that I've had a chance to like fully understand that trade.
So basically, what I look for is, I mean, if it closes like this, I really won't be interested in longs a whole bunch either, because this wick on the 4 hour, let me just turn this off. This wick on the 4 hour is pretty bearish for me, to be honest.
Yeah, that's a nice rejection wick right there, right?
Yeah, and also like previous day high, previous week high, like actually closing below here on a 4 hour. It's like basically saying all of these levels, yeah, everyone like for me, this is like fuck you. in essence, right? This is everyone getting caught in this, me included, for that trade. But so for me, what I would expect is I would expect 10 a.m. to open up, probably rally into some of this wick and then sell down, and then probably into like that 60-80 level that I said about earlier. And at 10 a.m., I just expect the 4-hour open to create some sort of wick in one direction, and then I trade it to the opposite, and I just use that as a way of the previous 4-hour, which is a way of determining that. And then what I would do is I would use an inversion inside of this. So, for example, because it's the 4-hour, I would just mark this out as my POI. So it's just this large 15-minute gap up with news. Gap up being these three candles, you know what? Yeah, you get it. And I would just simply wait for 10 a.m. to open, not take out any of these two lows, trade up into here, and then I would frame trades from here to this area. And then typically this would be my break even, and this is where I would get out. Or depending how we get there, and then I would just simply trail into these lows. That's typically it. If we were to close back above this red line by 10, it wouldn't give me that sweep that I want. So then what I would do is I would wait for 10 to open up, take out either the previous hourly low or the previous 4-hour low. Let me get rid of all these drawings. The previous 4-hour low, which would then be the previous 1-hour low that we're currently at. And then, yeah, just run all of this, fade this, and then basically trade something in here back up into this high. Would I ever really trade from here to here? Very rarely. I'd probably just take a trade from here back into 50% of this, which just is that 21,989 roughly ish based on the current candle
Yeah.
setup. So that's typically what I look for. I just basically play some mean reversion with the 4-hour low, that whatever that 4-hour low is, and I just use that as some sort of acceptance. So this hourly didn't trade below an hourly, so I'm
So are you looking
limited.
for those 2180s to get taken out first?
What for as in that would be my target for longs? No.
Okay.
If I would basically want it, like, it really depends now because it's so late into the 4-hour candle for me. Like, obviously we close this 4-hour candle in 8 minutes. I don't want to get into a trade because if I'm long and we finish above the red line, great. If I'm long and we finish below, I'm probably annoyed because at that point, this low and this low become my POIs for like main short interests. Um, so yeah, so that's kind of what I look for. Um, but ultimately, to give you probably some, I actually would quite like your setup to play 10 a.m., take the lows, and then trade higher. You know, like that
Right.
OR mid play. That's
Right.
basically what I would like to see now. I just wouldn't take the OR mid play that you will, because
Right.
that's just not me, right? So yeah, but to me, the red line now is that previous 4-hour high. It's just like that pivotal thing. So I'm just waiting for the chart to tell me, or the market to tell me what it wants to do, and then based on that closure, it will determine whether I want to see the high or the low taken first. Ultimately, I have a plan for both. If we take the high, I just frame shorts back to those lows, and it will probably just extend my target because we have more of those lows. And then if we take the low, then I would just trade it to the high. It's pretty simple.
Yeah.
Yeah. But then this area would be, if we close below the red line, this basically blue area would be the area that I would be interested in framing some sort of short-term frame, short from to here to long back. That's just what I would look for. May not execute on any of them, but it's just I like to plan everything out, and then when it appears, I'm left with the choice to click the button, not left with the choice of what do I want to do, because at that point it's half the stuff's done. I just need to click and let it play out.
I think I'm going to take this mid short here.
Yeah. Good luck. Rooting for you.
Doesn't sound like it.
No, I genuinely am. No, I really am because in the next 7 minutes, I want the low to get taken. All right. That's
I mean,
basically what I
the,
want to
the
see.
buy-in is pretty insane. So I just put a 1-1 on.
Yeah, makes sense.
I'm not one to fade like these V-shape reversals, but
Yeah. See, for me, it's like there's actually not even a single entry here. I would need to see some of these lower time frame lows taken
right.
um, before any sort of entry, which I for me, that's just again, I kind of like your short idea.
The buying is relentless, though.
Yeah. So the screen on the right, that's just active orders, or is it passive orders as well?
So that's the time in sales. So that's just going to be market, people that are, crossing the spread and,
Yeah.
hitting the tape.
Yeah.
It's still a pretty slow tape for, this type of activity.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Here we go. I don't know, man. Like, I feel like the volume in the AM session's been a bit pants
It's been
recently.
anemic. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I
Like
use, I don't know, have you ever used like relative volume or like any type of volume type of
no,
study to like frame the
N-
session?
literally never. I know you've spoke
Yeah.
about it a few times, but I've never looked into it.
It's pretty helpful because it's like, if relative volume is in the 60s and 70s, like it is now, it just gives you that frame of mind to be like, okay, I need to be super selective, maybe sit in my trades a little longer, or expect to have to sit into them longer. And just it gives you an awareness of what the environment's going to be like for that day. So like
Yeah.
yesterday, I had people, sending me DMs like, today's going to suck, isn't it, Leo? And I'm like, yeah, it probably will. And that's what we got, is kind of a grindy, slow day. I don't love to see that bid right out of the lower part of that distribution there. That's not great for this. It's not great for this trade.
So the lower part of the distribution just shows there's less market participants there, or just participants in general.
Well, I mean,
And
you kind of looked like, if you were looking for a long, you kind of want to be at the edge of this distribution, right?
yeah,
So it's kind of like buyers came and stepped right back in, at the lower part of this distribution. So it's almost like we're developing some little range bound play. And if I'm looking for continuation right now to the downside, and we have kind of range bound activity at the lows, kind of sending it back up, that's not a great look for continuation type of trade.
yeah,
Right now we're just balancing, in range.
yeah. I absolutely hate.
But what I
hate
want to see
sitting around the
happen
mid.
and what happens is not always it's always in alignment, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely know what you mean, mate. Don't worry. Yeah, I'd like to see us trading a couple of thousand points lower so I can buy. But yeah, we're not. So it is what it is. Yeah. I
Some movement here in 4 minutes.
yeah. See, now for me it's like 10 a.m. is just the deciding factor of where I then engage. I either engage at these extremes or at these extremes. I hate the middle of the range. It's just like, I guess it's that cliche saying of like, don't get involved in the middle of the range. It's typically where everyone gets hurt. I get hurt in the middle of the range.
Yeah.
Like, I can very much confirm that.
Right. I mean, there's the old saying, don't diddle in the middle.
Don't diddle in the middle. Yeah,
It's
true.
it's a saying for a reason. Don't exchange in the range. I like that.
Trump thinks that we should cut rates by a whole point.
I mean, he's been saying that since day one.
Yeah, but I think I listened to a clip the other day. I actually don't know where it was, and I apologize to whoever said it, but it was like, having what is a Fed cut here going to do? The market's all-time high, everything's pointing in the right direction. It's kind of saying the numbers don't need to go. Like, the economy's growing. I don't know.
I think it's just I don't know, the housing market, I think is a
I think
hot mess. I don't know.
I think it's
I'm
more
not a macro guy, but
I think it's probably more the US actual debt, right? That he probably wants to refinance at some point.
yeah.
So yeah, I don't know. Anything worth noting on this trade that kind of putting you off of it now, or literally the exact same?
Yeah, it's literally the same.
Yeah.
I mean, I like the fact that we're rejecting up there, but I want to see some initiation come in to really get this thing going.
Mm.
I mean, sellers have it, right? They have shown like they're definitely present, but they're not, initiating this thing lower except for this little push there. I mean, we're holding lower from the open. We have all this volume here kind of below that opening print. But right here, there's just a bunch of two-way trade. There's buy delta, sell delta. There's really nothing that looks fantastic.
Yeah. No, it's this is the definition of a boring open for me. Haven't really gone anywhere. The actual open at 9:30 is, well, the high
Where's
right now, but
the 10 a.m.
yeah. So for me now, it's just this previous 4-hour low is the hourly and the 4-hour low. It's basically everything. I would either engage there or engage the other side of it. And to quote everything we just said, I don't want to diddle in the middle. So it's this 4-hour candle now. We closed above that red line, but basically above the previous 4-hour open. So for me, did ES do the same? ES done the same. It's kind of, I have to fade the one side of it, and right now it looks we're quite literally in the middle of it.
Yeah.
I imagine the Pico middle. So I need to let the market do its thing. Yeah, literally to the tick, the middle. So yeah, it's kind of crazy. So yeah, up or down, I don't really care here. Just one of them.
Yeah, I'm gonna come out of this trade.
Yeah, makes sense. Is there anything that's putting you, what actually put you off of it? Just the sheer buying through it.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of buying that is coming in right now here at these 90s, right at this high, is just not conducive to more like continued rejection. I mean, it certainly
Yeah.
can, but yeah, it's not. Even if we push lower, I think, for like this trade to work out, I would want to have seen it work, kind of go immediately. It feels a lot like yesterday, to be honest.
It literally feels like yesterday. Yeah, I feel like I'm having deja vu. And then at 11:30 we'll do something.
Right when we get off stream.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Yeah. We hit till 12, 11:30. I'm not sure. But yeah, I mean, this was we basically came back to we stopped me out and came straight back for me. Sucks to suck, I guess. I wasn't early. I was wrong. I saw that one earlier. Yeah. See, I think this is going to be quite a boring one. Anyway, chat, how are we? How is everyone? I know that me and Leo were talking for quite a while. We spoke all that time and we only got 324 likes. We got
What?
1,400 people in here.
What?
So like 1,000 of you are asleep, sleep behind the wheel. That's crazy.
I can see why the price action sucks.
Yeah, I know, but like that's probably even more reason you should like the stream. Like you actually don't have an excuse. What are you doing? Trading? You give over. You're waiting to see if it's worth a like. Appreciate you, Dan. Thanks for the support.
Hey, I thought we were doing some giveaways. Are we doing giveaways?
We are. Not to Dan though. He doesn't think it's worth it. No, I'm kidding. He's also kidding.
Poor Dan.
Poor Dan. Yeah. Did the OR trade win? Leo closed his OR trade, didn't like the price action as it basically came back to his entry. Uh, and it might play now. Who knows? We'll see.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm actually watching. I'm like, maybe I should get back in this.
Do you ever have like a rule? And obviously I'm asking you a bunch of questions. Do you ever have a rule for like playing the same idea like too many times?
Not too many times. Basically what I'll do, like for me, getting out of that trade isn't it doesn't disqualify me from taking the trade again. For me, it's just like a practice of it gives me a moment of time to pause, right? So like
Mm.
in that moment, I didn't really like what I was seeing. I'd rather get out of the trade and reevaluate. If I now see some activity that is more interesting to me, or like right now we're just hanging around here, and now we do have some of this positive delta. So all that buying that I mentioned earlier didn't really go anywhere. And we're starting to get some sideways trade. It might be okay, it's not okay, but it might be like, okay, um, are things changing now for the short to actually be still valid?
Yeah, you're applying it logically. Has the trade changed in any way?
Right.
Actually, if anything, it's actually improved. But the buying that's, I guess, put you off of it has actually gone nowhere, which gives you the delta. So if you get some sort of push lower, it's that trapped, I guess, buyers buying at the top, right? Which typically you
I'm
want to
actually gonna
see.
get back in it. Yeah.
Gonna get back in. Do you market in pretty much all the time?
Yeah.
Yeah, just going nowhere. Could be painful. Could be painful. Maybe we trade Chinese markets or something. No. I'm okay. Where am I in the UK am I from? Where am I from or where do I live? Tom's a different question. I'm from basically the Midlands. Um, but yeah. What's my address? Would you like my social security number? Um, would you like my tax bill?
And
You
your
could pay my
blood type?
tax bill. You could also just pay my tax bill for me if someone wants. That'd be nice. Um, my blood type. Yeah, I don't know what my blood type is. I would be screwed if I got into an accident. What blood type are you? The red one. 1,400 people. Am I from Birmingham? I am not from Birmingham, thankfully. That would be crazy. That'd be,
Wait, you guys have a Birmingham too?
yeah, we do, yeah. It's probably a lot worse than your one.
I don't know. Ours is pretty rough.
I think ours is probably the roughest it could be. I think it's the roughest Birmingham in the world. Let me ask ChatGPT, what's worse? Let me ask it in a positive way. What's better, the Birmingham in the UK or the Birmingham in what state's it in?
Alabama.
I do not live in Margate.
Can we get more sellers in the chat, please?
Okay, what's a better quality of living?
Oh, that's a good frame of reference.
Don't hold back. Got to tell ChatGPT what you want it to do. Nick is long. He's counter trading you again.
Nick?
Nick, Nick. No, sorry. Tick is long. Tick is long.
All right, you know what? I'm just going to cover one. I was in two. I got out of one, 6 points. I basically covered my scratch earlier. I have 20 points of profit on the day. This is depressing. Market
Oh,
won't go anywhere.
You're up though. That's all that matters. Why don't I have a Midlands accent? I don't live in the Midlands, so that'd be why. Where was I born? Where did I live?
Do you
In
think
the
you could give
Midlands.
me
No,
could you
is
teach me
the
how to speak
answer.
British, mate?
Teach you how to speak British.
Give me a British
Uh,
accent.
um,
Literally.
I would hope that my accent is relatively British, to be honest. Otherwise, I have a big problem. Um,
Do you guys say literally a lot?
um, Depends really.
There was some dating show that my wife was watching there
Oh,
was a couple that was on, they would say literally all the time. And my wife would just walk around the house, literally.
oh, it's probably like the only way it's Essex or something. They say it a lot. People,
Uh,
people from Essex and like the east of the country say literally a lot.
they're gonna stop me out, Kane.
They are. Nick is winning.
Yeah, I got stopped out. And the problem is that we're right at the top of this distribution at 04s.
Yeah.
So I could legit see this basically reversing from right here.
Plus the LVN,
Right.
little spike into that reverse. It also
I'm back in it.
you just won't give it up. I'm not letting it go. Um, yeah. Love Island. Yeah, it could also have been Love Island. Yeah. I don't know.
That was it. Who said
It
that?
was Love Island. Yeah.
That was it.
Edwin said that. If Leo's from from the UK, he'd be from Essex. Yeah.
What is that? What does that mean?
It
That bad?
is. I don't think it's bad. I just think that there are. No, I don't think it's bad. Don't necessarily think it's a good thing though.
Goose, we're gonna have to talk later.
Sumo, Leo, I now know. I've been informed why the 985 level is so sticky.
Oh,
Whereas the
tell
9,
me.
it's because it's an RTH level. You would not believe it.
Oh my
Honestly.
goodness. Really?
Yeah. It is. It is.
Okay.
It's got nothing to do with the fact that it's the opening range from today. It's the RTH level from a long distant future ago.
Cool. Do you think that the environment was different from the last time we were at 985?
Are you asking me or are you telling me?
No, I'm asking.
Oh, you're asking.
Like if
I
you,
would,
I guess let me ask you this. If you have a level from 120 days ago,
yeah. So like
do you think
prior
do you think the market conditions, the sentiment, the environment, what's driving market flows are the same or different?
okay, so I would guess that yes, because we deviated a whole 4,000 points lower. And now we're back where we are. Um, Tariffs are now a thing. Elon Musk and Trump are having a fallout publicly on Twitter.
Oh, they're going to be
What
friends again.
else?
Did you see that?
I saw Elon's apology. Well, I got
And then Trump was like, "Well, I guess we can make up."
yeah. I don't know. Maybe Trump needed a better entry on Tesla.
That's funny. All right,
Yeah.
what are we looking at? Higher time frame. Just kind of peaking above 22,000. Man, it's just I don't know. I like the short. It didn't work. So I'm hands off on that.
Yeah. Yeah, nothing changes for me either. I need to see one of these highs or lows taken. Until then, I'm kind of stuck in the middle doing nothing.
Do
So
we do a
yeah,
giveaway?
we can do. How are we going to do it?
I have a little spinning wheel.
Yeah, but we have a spinning wheel, but who are we going to give it to?
I don't know. Chat,
Hmm.
what should we do for a giveaway?
You know what? I'm just going to go through and pick a comment that was relatively nice. I think that we do
Oh,
that.
nice comments. Can we do
Yeah,
a
no.
mean comments giveaway?
As long as they win your one, not mine, then yeah. No, I'm kidding. Um, hmm.
I do have hats now, by the way.
Oh, where do I order? Take my card.
Now we're giving away 3 months, right? You're giving away 3 months. I'm giving away 3 months.
As in three memberships or 3 months,
3 months,
3 times.
3 times.
Sure, I don't mind.
So 6 giveaways today.
6, yeah.
Look at all the nice things chat's saying. I'm
Yes,
sexy.
crazy. The thing is like
Wow.
I've scrolled right up. I can't even see the nice comments anymore. I'm trying to find someone that is unconditionally nice.
So handsome. People are saying nice things. Nice things. Look at this.
There's a guy here. His name's Jay. It's just Jay. He said, "Nice team on this broadcast. I am so bored. The show is great, but the markets are not tradable."
Jay
I
should
don't-
win.
I think Jay should win. He was the person that also suggested we trade the China markets, though. Yeah, so it's just Jay. Where's Jay? This guy. Has he left? Let's see if Jay's in the chat. Okay, I can't add just a singular J.
Where's Jay?
He's not here.
He's gone.
Will the real Jay just stand up? It was just Jay.
Kane, incredible things have just happened. We said we
What?
were giving away three 3-month memberships. So
Yeah.
6 total. They made a mistake on the wheel. They put
It's-
eight things on the wheel. So now we're giving
Oh,
away
no.
4 of each.
Oh no. That's
How many
crazy.
likes do we have?
I think they just put 50%, 8 of them. We have 500 likes, and I reckon every 250 likes we give away one. We're up to 500, so we've got 2 in the bank. So you need to get to 1,000 likes to get all of them. Anyway, Jay hasn't messaged, so yeah. The Okay, I'm gonna go back. Oh, the chat's actually
Nice content. Tough market. Trade Vertex. I agree.
I don't know. I don't know. I think we should give it. I'm just gonna scroll and just click, and whoever I get gets one. Right? Ewan, you are my sunshine, my only sunshine. I think he wants us to sing.
I can't sing.
Neither.
I've done enough singing on this show.
See, everyone starts speaking. Ewan, are you here before we spin the wheel for you? Let me just check. NQ doing nothing. Congratulations. Um, or is it Owen, not Ewan? Owen.
We
It's
need
Owen.
more audio clips of Leo, they say.
Yeah, you just
They
wax
only
lyrical.
see, the thing is that I was told per Stowe that the morning session is very serious and they can't break out the fun audio clips until the afternoon.
That's true. Okay. Oh, is it Owen's here? Okay, we're gonna spin the wheel for Owen.
Owen's
Good
here.
luck.
Okay.
Good luck.
Good luck, Owen.
Good luck.
I hope you win.
Yeah,
You
he has
won.
one.
Okay. You have to send me a DM on Twitter, Owen. Oh, you know what? I need to turn my DMs on.
It's Owen. Yeah, it's Owen.
Let me do that. Send me a DM on Twitter and we'll get you set up. Okay. Are we doing another one? We're giving
You
we
want-
do it.
think
We're
we
giving
get- I
away
think-
8 of these.
Yeah, I think we're at 590 likes, so we have 2 to give away. We need to hit 1,000 likes, so we're not giving them all away. Sorry, but I'm trying to maintain my like record, and there's 1,300 people in here. We can do it. So yeah.
And trust me, I'll go full influencer mode if you want me to.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Exactly. I will. That's a nice shirt. All right, guys, you're kiss asses now. Be normal. Influencer Kane. T-Trades in the chat. Let's give away a membership to T-Trades. No, I'm kidding. Let's not do that. He's wealthy enough to buy his own. So we get a closure here in the next minute. I could see this trading towards the high. If we get a closure above like this 2213 level. All right, but can you also take some trades? Yeah, no worries. Let me just put my money on the line to entertain you. How about no? Why don't you take some trades and tell us how you got on? That would be interesting.
So no giveaways until when? When's the next giveaway?
I don't know. We've got to keep in suspense because if we tell them, then they'll just be nice all the time, and it's hard, you know.
All right, we'll go back to the charts. Yeah, I mean we have to have a proper setup for a trade to occur, to be honest.
Yeah.
Do you
Yeah,
have? I don't have one. Do you?
not really. I do like the fact that we're like closing in on around the open. ES is already above the open. So for me, it's like this 15-minute closure should just tell me if we're going to go to the high or not. And then I would just wait for the high. This is where I've just got to be patient, you know. We're at 10. Typically, if like we get up here and 11 takes out 9, 8, 9, and 10, well, I'd fade that, you know. Yeah, when is T-Trade's stream on NinjaTrader Live? We should all Kane has dirty walls. Thank you. I'll take that as a compliment. Trying to short off the opening price probably gets your ass blasted. Oh, fair enough. We can add T-Trades to the wheel for fun. What are we going to add you to? You can spend a day with T-Trades. He'll fly to your home city and spend the day with you. Fanny, I think you're trying to say like you're giving away like leggings that you don't really like, but I think there's enough weird men on the internet that would like that. So I think we won't add those to the giveaway.
What are we giving away now, Kane?
I don't know.
I'm starting to
I'm
get concerned.
So I'm happy to contribute my leggings with holes in it to the giveaway. I think yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Nick, congratulations on your long.
You should close it
you
now.
Hope it works. And
Yeah.
I hope it goes all the way to 24,000.
24 only? That's horrible. Why not like 25?
New highs.
True, but like 22.6 is new highs. You're giving me a whole 1,400 points extra. We're not giving away my Brabus. Please chill out. You know, I already stole my Brabus once this week. So
Kane, where did you get your glasses from?
Moscow, I'm about to tell the guy because it's so difficult. Yeah, Moscow. I have these in a light green and a dark green. So yeah, they're nice. They're very, very nice. 9:30 to 10:08 was manipulation. You should look at my latest Twitter post.
Tell me about the manipulation. How do you view that?
How do I view it? I view manipulation as okay. I personally view manipulation as like not really a thing. I like to see lows get traded below, and typically people call this manipulation. I I refer to it as manipulation sometimes out of habit when speaking about it. Because if I'm like, yeah, I want to see it do this, they're like, why? If I explain, oh, because this is where the market manipulates, everybody seems to understand it a lot better. So yeah.
So let me understand. So is it just like a swing that gets taken out and
Pretty
then
much.
reverses?
Yeah, very much.
Okay.
Like because it's like, should price trade there? Probably not. Did it trade there? Yes. And now what's it going to do? Either typically it's only manipulation when it trades away from it, right? If it trades into the low, bounces and dies off, it's not manipulation then. So it's like, what's the definition of manipulation for a lot of people?
So it's only manipulation when it goes, takes out a level, and then reverses.
Yeah, of course, because it can't take out a level and then die through the level because that's not manipulation in the eyes
So
of
if it
everyone
goes,
else.
okay, so if it takes out a level and just continues on whatever direction it was on, that's not manipulation. But if it takes
No,
out a level and then reverses, it is manipulation.
100%. You've got it. Congratulations. You can now sell a course on manipulation.
I'm so confused.
Yeah, me too. Well, I'm not, but yeah.
Can you
Basically,
guys, can we just call it like a stop run?
it's a deviation. Yeah, it's exactly what it is. It's a stop run. Yeah.
Okay. So like there's a level, it gets taken out and reversed through. I would just call that a stop run. They ran the
Yeah,
stop and then, continued on the merry way to the other side.
quite literally.
Huh. It's a trap.
It's a trap.
It's a trap. Kane, did you ever trade for a hedge fund?
No, no. I am the hedge fund. No, I'm kidding. No, I've never traded for a hedge fund. Um, no, never. Oh, look who it is. Nick Sloggett. I wonder who that is.
Who's that?
It's Cold Brew. Actually, what's your name?
Oh, hey,
It's
what's
Cold
up,
Brew.
man?
He's rebranded, but I don't know what his name is.
I like him. He's a good dude. Have you talked to him?
No, I don't really like him that much. Me and him are
Oh,
arch enemies. Yeah, we just happen to
oh,
we just happen to talk a lot, and he sends me like really abusive, cute messages. Like, I don't know. He's nice. We're good friends. Yeah.
okay. Can we call it the manipulation? It's just Kane's relationship.
Oh, what the heck? That's a bit aggressive.
Wow.
Whoa. Am I back to full risk? A little bit of both. Like, I'm taking some days where I don't want to risk any of my own money. I'm not doing it. Yeah, that did escalate. Where is Khan? Khan, I miss you. Okay, we're approaching 750 likes, which means we're gonna have another giveaway in the bank. So we should probably get the other one.
How many likes do we have to give? I mean, you're calling the shots here, apparently.
Yeah,
So,
well, at 750 we have two to give away, but we could give away one now.
okay. Pull up the wheel. Now what? How do we select who wins?
I think we should give away one to uh I think we should give it to Marco De Paolo because he quite summarized manipulation. Manipulation is what some would call a look below and fail. Yeah, basically. Spot on.
Bro, that is legit one of my favorite setups. Look below and fail.
Yeah.
Or look above and fail.
Have a little peek, and then it's exactly what it is. So, Marco, you
Okay.
here? Yeah, he's
We're gonna
here.
spin. He's
Good
here. We're
luck.
gonna
Good luck.
spin.
Good luck. Good luck.
Another order flow labs. Nobody's gonna win the lab.
It's so
Nobody's gonna win the
funny.
lab.
It's so funny because you were like, should we let them pick? And you were like, and then you were like, oh great, so I don't have to give anything away. And now it's just giving away. So let's just keep adding order flow labs back on the chart. And then yeah. Anyway, next giveaway at 750 likes. Before that, no more giveaways. Yeah, it's conditional giveaways here.
Oh, do we get a split screen? Sick.
Jeez. That's
They
pretty
got
cool.
you on the right, me on the left.
Yeah. So this was a long I was in before I got I got manipulated out of my
You got
trade.
manipulated out.
Yeah,
Right?
exactly. Yeah. They knew exactly where my stop loss was. They stopped me out and then they ran it back in my favor. Oh, those pesky market makers. Um, so yeah. And now I just want to see this taken and then I can look to trade. We are above all of the opening ranges because we're above the 930 open. and it's very, very slow. What's the order flow saying? What's the volume looking like?
I mean, it's just this is literally a nightmare for me. We're grinding in this weird upward momentum. We're just no, there's no momentum. We're just grinding higher, and it's just kind of this little lockout rally. There's nowhere, like there's not a great entry to get long here, and there's really nothing going on to counter that. So for me, it's just I gotta wait and watch for some type of something needs to happen for me before I get like an optimal trade.
So how could you talk me? Like, I could never, and that's I'll just caveat with that. But how could you get involved in this like slow grind right now?
Me, I don't.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
never.
don't.
So
Never.
there's nothing in order flow that could tell you like, hey, yeah, they get involved here.
Not for me.
Right. Okay.
I mean, the context of the morning open was pretty bearish. That's why I took those two shorts,
Hmm.
and that failed, right? And you can see basically as soon as that OR mid gave up, it's just, straight up the other way.
Yeah.
And so that's why I took the trade twice. People said I'm too persistent. Okay. Um, and as soon as that last trade didn't work, I'm out of it. I'm not looking to be short now, especially given the context of that little bit of a higher time frame. We're above this breakout area now, right? This is the range. It's well defined. We can see, to the left, why it's marked out here. We have this high here, this low here. That's basically we've chopped around it, and we're above it now. So for that day session, so like if you go to my execution chart here, you see this dark gray volume area.
Yeah.
This is the area of value. So
Yeah.
value area is where 70% of the volume was, right? So like that's the condensed activity, right? That's
Hmm.
where most of the activity occurred. Outside of here, we're out of value, right? And so what we do is we have for each day, so a full RTH session, we'll take when there's 3 days that have overlapping value, that becomes a balance area. So that would start a balance area. So we had this day here was, a full session the next day and the next day, and that created this balanced range. And then over here it was expanded. So we can expand the balance area by having overlapping value that makes new highs or lows, right?
Mm.
And so that's what establishes the range.
And
So
it's just a what?
because it's a I don't, there's nothing that I do that changes the levels. They're automatically generated. So the way I look at it is it's a systematic approach, and then all I have to do is come to the morning, come to my preparation and view it, understanding that I'm drawing the same areas every time.
Yeah. Yeah. And this is a volume chart again, or
This one is a 1 hour chart.
it's a
So
1 hour chart?
it's a higher time frame. It just has last week's high. So it's basically like the weekly. So I have the week open, the weekly view up, last week's high and last week's low. That's all that's on here, along with the balance area. Now, normally I would also have a volume profile on this for that higher time frame, but I haven't had a chance to fully get this chart set up.
Okay. So you're telling me I should short based on the manipulation outside of the
Yeah,
range?
all in short. There's a lot of selling. I mean, there's a lot of selling right now on the tape.
Yeah, we get closure, but yeah, I mean, look, for me now, it's like this is very counterproductive, but it's like because it took the hourly high. If we close below a 5 minute push, then I would look to fade it. But for me, I understand that this doesn't play that often. It's just a suboptimal setup that I take.
So you're talking
And
about we took out
9, yeah,
this high right there.
yeah. And then like
Okay.
we haven't taken out any of the prior lows. So like for me, it's typically it just looks overextended, right? And it's just like we
So it's gone too
still,
high.
whoa, I don't know if we can go too high. If it could have gone too high, it was about too high about 3 weeks ago. So yeah, but no, it's just that hourly sweep, and I just want to play it back down to some other hourly sweep to then potentially get along to that 4 hour, or I get stopped, and then I wait for obviously the confirmation. I get stopped, and then that'd probably be me done until a 4 hour high. But I just don't really like yeah, I don't really like the fact that we're just slowly grinding up into the hourly high. It's very boring. There we go. Sorry. Okay, so yeah, so that's basically I just needed to close below this until, but it looks like the infinite bid is just dragging us up. Nevin, I didn't get long again because the basically at that point the invalidation for my long, because I typically put my stops on lows, is like if we pulled down into something like this here, I could have got involved here with stop under here, but I can't get involved here or here with my stop under here because at that point, and I'll just put it over here so you can see it. It's because at that point this trade here becomes like awful risk to reward. So yeah, this if we drag it to here, it's a similar kind of setup, right? So just context matters and context changed. We deviated a lot more. This is the manipulation, so to speak. Zoomed all the way in. That I would look for. So yeah, and I can't trade that. Got new 15-minute open. This 15-minute high. This hourly high. Yeah, it's the 5-minute for me.
So do you mark all of the highs from the higher time frame, like 4 hour hourly? Like where do you?
Yeah, typically I do everything intraday. So I'll look at like my weekly and daily chart, but like I never really mark anything based off of it. I just kind of jot it down in my head. Because I don't want to have the 5 15-minute with daily levels, because suddenly I'm like, what does this mean? What the VWAP all the way from the low? That's where we're going, 19,951. Yeah, so no, to answer your question, I don't really mark anything out. I just typically come to the 5-minute, and then I will just rotate between the 1 hour, the 4 hour,
Right.
the 15-minute, and then the 5, and then I just simply cycle.
So are they automatically drawn?
The hourly highs?
Like all your highs, I guess.
No, not really. I just manually do it.
Gotcha.
I know you hate that, but I also hate having a messy chart. So after a while, I literally would just do this, and
Delete
then
them
redo
all.
it. Yeah, and then just redo
Yeah.
everything.
I mean, there's two things, right? Like for me, everything I do is automated. Do you know what I mean?
Yep.
So what that does is it takes away my ability to put my own opinions or bias into what I'm drawing, right?
Yep.
Because I'm describing, the auction process in a very automated way. However, that doesn't mean I don't draw levels, right? But when I do draw them, they are a little bit more meaningful because it's something that I've seen on the chart that is distinguishable by, my experience, right?
Yeah.
And so it's almost like I'm following a very systematic process to mark out levels and areas of interest. And then when I do use a kind of a discretionary approach as far as marking out levels, I'm very engaged with why they're drawn there. Do you know what I mean? And I think that there's something to be said about having kind of both, a mix of both, right? You have a kind of a systematic process that, either you draw a level or that they're drawn for you, and then you have some discretionary levels that you draw based on your experience. Because I mean, there's something to be said about the amount of time that I'm sure you and I have, been behind the screens, right? So you don't want to throw that away just because I want to use, the same, that systematic approach,
Yeah.
which is they're both important.
Yeah. I just like I do mainly stick to the rules, like of like typically engaging around those 4 hour hourly 15-minute highs when they all align, because it's typically when I get the best sort of setup for my trades. But yeah, obviously I do deviate from my rules. Like I'm not going to sit here and profess that I'm perfect, 'cause I'm not. But that's just purely intuition, man. And if that trade plays out, it plays out. It's not down to anything other than my intuition that I got involved. Why it played out and the things that happened aren't, it's out of my control. So I don't typically mark those daily levels just purely because my chart gets too many lines on, and I just like to have a focused view of what I look for, because honestly couldn't really care if we finish lower or higher on the day until tomorrow morning when I wake up and I look at it. But if we did this and then did this, I wouldn't care. It wouldn't make me any more bullish overall. It wouldn't make me any more bearish overall. I would just want to play it from here to here, usually get out around the mid, and that would be it. Like, so the daily levels, not really. I typically, if like for example, I want to see, like, say we were pushing higher and I was like, well, I don't know where this is going to end up. I would put like a level on ES, so like 6100, and I would just make it very thick on ES, and then I would just know that, oh, it's a price point that I'm interested in from an ES perspective, because ES likes round numbers. I don't think NQ cares all a bunch about them. We wouldn't really, like, say it was like 22, like this 22K level on ES. It's like, is NQ, sorry, is NQ respecting 22K? Well, it almost went to 21,900, so probably not. Well, like on ES, it's like it basically traded down into like these 35s, 25s earlier, and it's just like it respects those levels a lot more.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Like today, the high 75, one tick away from 75, So yeah. Oh, the light counter is slowing down. Is it broken?
Yeah, there's an absorption on the like button.
Yeah, what happened there? The like button is eating the likes.
Yep, just a bunch of passive downvotes, I think.
Bearish on the downvotes. Yeah, so how would I oh, Khan's here. Wow, Khan's here, and the first thing he says is these dudes look like twins.
Do we?
We're just that good looking, bro.
You just have to send me those glasses and let's see.
Yeah.
I'll send you my hat. You send me the glasses.
Easy. And I'll get some like hexagon sound padding on my wall. And
Yeah, for sure.
We're in.
Yeah.
He's got an offer at 700 likes. I'm not going to cross the spread there. I'm only engaging at 750. Sorry. Anyway, to answer your question, motivation, how do I figure out which time frame to take setups on? It typically matters to me about like the significance of the time frames. So like we're above a daily high and we're above an hourly high up here. So if we reclaim this and we start to close back below this level, I'll take a 5 minute. If we had a 4 hour hourly and a daily, at that point, I would do the 3 to 1. And if we had a 15 minute, that's when I go down to like sub minute time frames, which I pretty much recommend no one to do, in all honesty. You are going to lose way more than you win when you go lower time frame, but it's just what I do, and I just wanted to explain it to you. The data highs, maybe maybe if we get there. It's pretty lethargic. Do I take trades without SMT? Not really. It just depends. Again, everything's contextual. Nothing in trading is black and white, right? It's just how it is. At least my opinion. What do you think, guys?
Yeah, for sure. Context is everything. I've actually just gotten into a short here.
Nice, you're front running my entry. Thanks.
You're welcome.
It's okay. I need the volume to get there. Could enter more if you want.
There's one thing we have, it's a lack of volume.
Be the volume. Step up to the plate. Come on.
The only reason that I jumped in this is because we have this. This is just anemic. It's a bit of a stretch, but we have this walk. It's just like they walked it up and then paused right here, and so we have all this sideways action. We have absorption right here, and somebody hit the tape hard. I mean, from the sell standpoint, so I could just kind of jumped in it. My entry kind of sucks, but yeah, this is one of those trades that I need to kind of see work right away, or I'm out. Every time the buyers just come right back up in this.
Guys, please, we're along to the overnight high. Overnight. 8:30 is a bit of a stretch there, XY. Overnight. I'm assuming by the definition of the rules it is, but
All right.
bruh, a short is arse. Well, shorting the market made me a millionaire, so I don't know if it's relatively arse, to be honest.
He said my short was ass.
He said, bruh, a short is arse. I'm assuming he's talking about yours, but
Huh.
yeah.
That's kind.
I also love it when this happens because like they typically tend to play out after that. Did I short in a bull market? It depends. Again, context is everything. Did I short most of 22, 23? Not a whole bunch. But like, I didn't do much, you know?
This market's dead.
Yeah. Yeah, it's some amounts, eh? Okay, do you ever give them risk amount on the day?
Rollover week as well. I'm just gonna come out of this.
Oh yeah, true.
Pretty much sucks.
Do I ever give them risk amount on the day or a trade count? It depends. Full transparency, I'm up today because I longed prior to the trade deal announcement. Made a bunch of money on that. And then yeah, took a small couple $100 loss. And then yeah, that's it. Really. I should get the new Range Rover. I don't know if you know where I live, but Range Rovers typically get stolen here. I know the new ones probably have some sort of anti-theft detection, but I just really love my G-Wagon, in all honesty. Nick, what's the gamma saying? That's the real question. But yeah, AQ's looking out for you, I truly believe. He said 3 losses in a row, don't tilt.
Don't worry. I'm actually really still interested in this short just because I take 3 8-point losses. That's not a problem.
How will you recover?
I don't know. I'll go to therapy.
Therapy. You should watch the show with Stowe and Jared Tender later. They might be able to give you some wisdom on that.
Yeah, that's gonna be sick. That's
That is
after the
gonna be
close
sick.
too. Yeah.
Yeah, that's gonna be quality. Yeah. Yeah,
So you're forced to focus and listen into the conversation because
no trading.
no trading.
Yeah. Yeah. Why not Aston Martin?
8 times 3, pretty hard math.
Yeah, what's that like? 51?
I'm doing okay, mate. Yes, 24 points equals therapy.
Why wasn't you hit 50? What is that? It's just no trading for the year. At that point, that's the point you tweet, I'm no longer shorting NQ, and then it dumps 2,000 points.
Stowe is a brilliant for that.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
Man, I cannot keep the YouTube stream alive. It keeps like getting behind.
Guys, give us a lab subscription. Give us 56 more likes. 54. Sorry, it just increased.
If you need help, just blink. George, I'm okay. I don't need help. Look, I'm looking. I'm not blinking.
Here we go long. Oh,
You're gonna long here?
no.
High of day.
Gosh, what? Yeah. That's a sure way to do nothing, you know? Leo, T wants to give you a T talk, which is, I'll give you the synopsis. It's a Q&A on his YouTube channel. I think you should do it. It'd be good.
You know what? I promised him I would do it like a year ago, and I never did it. And then I think based on that, he thinks that I'm worthless
No,
because
he's asking you right
I
now.
didn't
He's like,
follow
when is
through.
it? He's like, when? He's like that. He's like that
I'll
annoying friend that just bugs you.
I'll DM you T trades. We'll get it on the books.
Yeah. More importantly, when is my T talk coming out?
I thought
I
you already
flew,
did one.
I did one. I flew to Miami. We recorded it. It's gonna have my face on it. It's done in
Oh,
person.
you did it like proper.
Yeah, we did it properly. We may even have leaked T-Trade's face. Definitely
Interesting.
subscribe and watch that.
We got quite the move here.
One down close candle, and
Look
you're
at
like,
this.
that's it. I'm in.
I want to short this, but the chat is telling me I can't. They're saying I can't take a trade.
Remember the last time chat told you couldn't do something?
We went vertical for 200 points, and I wanted to be
Yeah.
long.
Yeah, you were about to jump out your window. Yeah. That was a day. Yeah, I do need
Hey,
to send
we
you the
got to
love. So
700 likes.
yeah, we're not at 750. It's like almost getting to
750?
TP. It's like almost getting to TP and round tripping it. Doesn't matter unless you hit it, you know? Or it's
I'm not trading against, there's no trend here. We have a high here and a low.
we're
We've
actually
retraced.
we're
There's no
ranging right now.
trend.
Yeah.
There's lots of buying here that's going nowhere. Sideways activity. I mean, this is like absorption to a T. Even Kane knows.
Yeah, I do, yeah. So the volume profile here, I know you spoke about like P shapes and other things, and I don't know. I don't know enough about it, so I don't want to sound naive. But is this volume profile, is there any significance to this one? Is there anything here that makes it significant?
Yeah, that's the counter the counter idea to being short here is that we have this distribution here, we pushed up and now we're building a volume node here.
Mm-hmm.
This is almost like, so we have absorption and then we have this volume node here. So like we're doing tons of activity, but it's mostly on the offer. And so if you have watched XYZ sessions, he would, this would be pretty much like an A plus dead body setup. So if we break below these 34s, that would most likely trigger him to get into a short. But on the flip side of that, if that doesn't happen, this volume activity right up here is just like we're building interest, and it is all on the offer, but that doesn't mean that we're not going to continue pushing. This is just this absorption is something that I look for to counter like a move like this.
Scalper full time said there is massive buying. Please confirm or deny.
I mean, you see it right here in the deltas.
Of course you do.
We've been talking about it for 20 minutes. Do I use monthly low volume nodes? Yes, for sure. Like a higher time frame, typically the highest I'll go is like a 30-day look back. Or actually my daily chart has a 90-day look back. So 750 likes, and I do not sing Creed. Somebody forgot to use the do not symbol there.
I'll tell you what we will do though. We will do another
Can
giveaway.
you take me higher? See, this is why I don't sing.
Yeah, you can't say anything here if you don't want to say it again. That's true. 750 likes and I give you my number, that will not happen. That's aggressive though. I can only applaud you for the effort that you put into this. I'm going to be honest.
What do you mean?
Every day. Not every day, that's an exaggeration, but I'd say out of the, I don't know, 10 streams I've done, 7 of them, Diamond has turned up to hit on me in some way. I appreciate the effort.
This is like, yeah, persistent.
Yeah.
Is she from Britain?
I don't know.
Is she British?
I don't know where she's from, to be honest. We've only ever spoken via this chat. Well, we're getting Kane on an E date before 1K likes. Such a slow grind, yeah. Look, I said I appreciate the persistence.
She has a crush.
Don't be a dub today and short NQ. That Kane a tweet with a pic of you. Oh my gosh.
George, you might be onto something, George. He said, Leo, be honest. I think the theme on Kane's chart has fried your brain.
Oh no.
No. Yeah, that sucks for you. It keeps my brain alert. Oh, we are one like away. Let me refresh. We might have got there. No, we actually went down a like. Crazy.
Kane, put a limit order for 100 contracts on the high for a 1 minute candle.
Uh, Pass.
That wasn't a question. I was
There's a
telling you to do it.
Okay, I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll do it. You didn't tell me which assets, so thank the Lord I had the MNQ.
Let me switch to the MNQ order book.
Failed margin
760.
requirements.
It's time to give away.
Oh, wait. I'm definitely not leaving this on. Okay. What are we gonna do? Hmm. Amy always sends the same thing every time we get back to the giveaway. Anyway,
Okay, who's getting the giveaway this time?
I don't know.
We should
I
make it
don't
like
know. What should we do?
funniest dad joke.
Yeah, that's a good one actually. Dad jokes in the chat. And if you use ChatGPT, we'll know because M dashes are a real thing, and we will block you.
If
Of
you
all
make
future.
Kane laugh with a dad joke, you win.
I should get in. I've been loyal to you, Kane. True. Dario,
Lauren,
what's it?
this is your chance, Lauren. She can make the funniest dad joke.
Yeah, make the funniest dad joke, and you might be able to. Okay, it's not quite. You have to make the joke. Let's make the. You have to actually make the joke. Can't ask a question. What do you call a cow with no legs? Ground beef. Yeah, that one's boring. I have 32 retired dad jokes. Problem is, none of them work. That one was awful as well. They made you laugh.
It got me on that one. What do you call cheese that isn't yours? Nacho cheese. And this is fun to do when there's nothing going on in the market. The joke is NQ today.
Okay, the Rodrigo actually made me laugh the best. What's Kane's favorite tea? Tea trades. That was actually quite funny. That was actually
Tea
really
trades.
funny. Yeah, that was
Okay,
funny.
let's spin it.
Rodrigo, you win.
Oh, guess what? Rodrigo wins again. Is this rigged? Is this manipulated?
I manipulated the spinner. Yeah. Sorry.
Okay, that's
Okay. We need
your odds
to.
of winning the lab membership are going up tremendously.
Yeah. Jose wants the OFL membership. You
And
can
if you
always
won, just send me a DM.
buy it. That would be nice.
You could.
Yeah. You want it bad enough. Okay, we got new hourly open up here.
You have to remove your like because that's manipulation.
Kane, when's the order flow dropping? You tried to catch me out. Too smart for you.
Wait, you're doing order flow?
No, OF, that doesn't mean order flow in the real world.
Oh,
Yeah.
I gotcha.
Yeah. But OF does mean order flow in trading.
It does. It does. Do you think if you did an OF with order flow, it would do a thing? You just stream yourself trading with order flow?
And not much else, just order flow?
Yeah.
I don't know, probably not. Nick could stream his losses. Nick, are you still in your long? You must be. Well, congratulations, Nick. You won the war by the looks of it. Okay. I would
Well,
love to see this hourly now sweep this.
something.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
I'm just looking at these other markets.
Like lean hog futures. Oh, Mr. T. Oh, ES closed as it's
Nick held that like a champ.
yeah. Nicky, when are you closing? Job's not finished, overnight high. You could just hear MJ saying
How
job's
often
not
do you think the
finished.
overnight high or overnight low gets traded, Kane?
70% of the time.
95%.
Really?
It's actually
That-
higher if you go on a higher time frame.
Yeah, but that would make sense because typically in a bullish asset, the overnight high gets hit most of the time.
Oh, I meant or overnight high or overnight low. One of them.
Okay, how many? But that's just like the most ridiculous statistic ever, no?
Why?
How many times does the chart move up or down? A lot. Yeah.
Kane.
No, come on, that's silly.
Okay, here's where it's useful.
Okay.
You have a target. You target that high or low.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's say you have a trade set up
Yeah.
and you're 20 points away from the overnight high. Are you going to take a short, knowing that there's about 95% chance that that high is going to get taken out?
No, there's also a 95% chance that the overnight low is also going to get taken out.
Okay, but if you're 20 points away from the high and the low hasn't been taken out yet.
Okay, let me ask you the question. If it traded into the low and the statistic still hit, would it change the fact that the statistic was wrong for the overnight high? No. Then it makes it a rogue statistic in my head. Because there's also a statistic around the 10 a.m., right? And I'll give you the example. But I also think it's a little bit rigged, just for true transparency. When 10 a.m. takes 9 a.m. high or low, there's like a 95% chance it trades back to the open. But the reality is most of the time, right? And this is the truth, is that 9 a.m. closes bullish, 10 ticks 9 a.m. high, closes back to the open and expands. The statistic would suggest that after 9 a.m. high, you actually are supposed to take shorts. But most of the time it's done like that. But when you trade away from it, the statistic is still there. So I get the logic, but the statistic is also flawed, is my point.
How is it flawed though?
If this is 9, right? I'll draw it on my chart.
Okay,
If
but
this is
hang on. Like if every day the overnight high or the overnight low gets taken out, statistically, and you have a market like this, we have not taken out the overnight low. We haven't taken, so nothing's happened yet. And let's say we get to 290. So we're 40 points away, right, from the overnight high. And you're thinking, oh, this is a great short. Is it a great short when that stat's still open? Like it can keep you out of a bad trade, no?
No, I get the logic. No, I understand that the statistic to the high would like if I was in a long and we were trading towards the overnight high like we are, right? I'm not in a long, but if and 95% of the time we trade to the high, I would bet from a statistical standpoint we hit the high before the low. I agree. I'm not arguing with that.
Okay.
I completely agree with you and I understand the statistic. But if for unbeknown reasons we do not touch the high and then we trade into the low on the day, right? The statistic still gets hit, which is like the statistic should be a 70% chance that the overnight high gets hit. That makes so much more sense than or the overnight low, because it's basically saying, yeah, that one or the other will get hit, which, yeah, 90% of the time one of them does. But what's the
So
statistic
right now,
from
for
the
the
overnight
high
low?
only, it's 90% in the last 20 days.
Yeah, that's a good statistic, right?
Here, I'll give it to you right here.
I believe you.
See if you can see this.
So, and talk me through it.
Okay, so this is all the markets, right, on the columns. So NQ 20-day average RTH, 90% overnight high, 50% overnight low. ES is a little lower, so that's 70%, 40%. And then either one of them, 100% for NQ, 90% for ES. Obviously, this is a pretty short look back, but if you look at it on a rolling basis, you're going to get averages numbers that average out a little leaner. But I think what's interesting about this is looking on a shorter time frame is you get a little more of a sense of the current market conditions, right? So
Yeah.
like we're consistently taking out the overnight high like a lot.
Yeah.
NQ. And then you have the initial balance, high, low, et cetera. So if you look at this and you go, okay, 70% of the time we're taking out the IB high and we're taking out the overnight high, that would be pretty, you would probably want to lean a little more bullish.
100%. I agree with
Right.
you. I just don't like the or statistic in full transparency.
Oh yeah.
Because
where did the statistic touch you, Kane?
Between the eyes.
Joke. Between
Whether I like it or not, it doesn't matter. Yeah, JT, you can talk to me like you're smarter than me, but you're probably not. And that's just the reality. Like, sorry. You're a math guy. I'm a market guy. We're talking math in the market.
George said all-time highs will be hit today. In NQ or yes?
He was talking about, I think XYZ also said the same thing.
XYZ.
All-time high today. But like, look, to give you the statistic, right? Like I just did. This is 10 a.m. open, right?
Yeah, let's hear this. I'm gonna go full screen for a minute.
Okay. This is 10 a.m. open. Actually,
Hang on,
I'll just use MNQ and then I can
damn
disable
YouTube got out
everything.
of the way. Okay.
Delete everything. Not hide. Delete everything. Right? If we mark out 9 a.m. high, which is right here, and 9 a.m. low, which is right here, right? And then we mark out the 10 a.m. open, which is
This is a
here.
1 minute chart?
Yeah, this is still a minute, yeah.
Okay.
90% of the time, we trade above this back to here or below this back to here, right? But the statistic, that's what the statistic says. However,
so the 30-minute opening range, let's just say, right?
no,
It's wait, you said the 9 a.m.?
the 9 a.m. candle. So like the 10 a.m. candle.
Oh,
So the 10 a.m. candle will trade to the other side of the previous hour candle, the 9 a.m. candle,
okay.
or the 9:30 candle if you use RTH, whatever the statistics are still there. Will trade below that low and then trade back to the open.
Okay. So you're saying that, yeah, I mean, that is going to occur like a very high frequency.
Agreed. But do you know what? Do you know why the statistic's so high? And this is just the truth. Is because most of the time this is what happens, right? This is 9. Oh, I need to short this if this plays, by the way. This is 9.
Right.
10 o'clock comes on, does this, then does this. This is 10 o'clock open. This is the 9 o'clock high. The high is taken back to the open and then it expands. The statistic would suggest, though, that you can play a mean reversion off of all of the highs all of the time, right? That's the statistic. It's like that So it's a little bit flawed when it's an if statement, like if the high or the low. Anyway,
Should we get
for
short
this,
here?
I will if we get back to if we go up 10 more points.
I'm just gonna jump in.
And guess where I'm going to take it to? The 10 a.m. open. Yeah, you're gonna just where's your invalidation here?
Like 40.
Nick got flat. Nick, did you get flat before the drop or during the drop? Is there anything else in here that I might be missing? No. Oof.
There we go.
I hope it runs for you. However, I would also like it to come get me. Do I know the DR concept of M7? That guy's been proven.
I took one
Cool.
off here at right here at 07.
Yeah. This is just gonna run without me. That M7 guy has been proven as like as an idiot multiple times. So no, I actually don't know anything about it, but most of the people in his group revolted away from him because they basically said they didn't have a clue what they were talking about, what he was talking about. It's a dead body. Yeah.
That's right.
Well, it
All right.
left me for
got-
dust.
I got one left.
Yeah.
Now, if we get all this selling and we just come right back up, I don't want to be in the trade anymore. This looks more like news than anything else, and news has a lot of.
How funny. Sorry to interrupt you, right? The JT guy that tried to tell me I was wrong about the statistics most likely got stopped on his trade break even, but he liked to throw it in my face that he was long from here, and he literally sent the message at the top.
Look where we bounced, though, Kane.
That is
the
an
mid.
absolute laughing fest. It's karma.
Look,
anyway,
we bounced exactly at the mid.
Oh, sorry. No, I'm not looking. Give me a second. We did bounce at the mid. So would this now be your trade? Would you play it this late
No,
into
I
the
mean,
session?
no, because I'm short, but I mean, I covered into it.
Okay, so yes, so your logic here would be you start to trail out of that when you get
We should
into
expand lower. I want
Yeah,
this trade to
I
go
would like
lower.
that
I
as
mean,
well.
it seemed like something changed, but if the change is, is like a news whatever, a lot of those get we basically like return to the scene of the crime and then make new highs like we did yesterday, right? There was some type of like news that dropped the market and we rallied right back up to where it went and then made new highs.
Yeah, I'm just hoping it comes back for me. Don't really want to chase it. I just want to reshort this. Would you add if it retraced to where you are?
No, this market's so slow. We bounced exactly where I would get long if I was not short. And so I don't know. It's just not it's not a great setup. In the moment short was fine. We got the move. I think the better trade for me for an ad would be if we break through, we trade the other side of this OR.
Come back for it, yeah.
And come back through it and then get some type of re-entry that way.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's basically like show me that sellers are really, present, right? And if they are, we should break down from here.
Yeah, agreed. I also don't like the fact that we kind of bounced off of the OR mid. I would still take the trade because nothing changes for me. The only thing that would change for me here is if we did trade into that 10 a.m. low, and then I would just look to long off of that 10 a.m. low, and neither of them really took it for me.
Oh yeah, I guess Lutnick was making comments.
Yeah, makes sense. You were stopped in profit, 22,044. How convenient. I was also long 3,000 contracts on my other screen.
All right, I'm out.
If 2250 is offer, yeah. If they can't offer it. Interesting. Same thing now, I will get the highest. Yeah, I would still fade it. It's just it is what it is. If I'm right, if it gets the highest. Sorry, I'm away from my mic. Yeah, apologies. Why is my nose white? I'm sat next to a big bay window and it's quite sunny right now. It hit EQ. EQ of what? EQ of this?
Jump back in this.
Am I short? No, I'm not short. I would get short at 22,046. Leo
Jump back in
literally,
mine.
yeah, Leo jumped back in his, yeah. Must be the sun. Yeah, it's just the glare off the window. That's all it is, really. Yeah. This is a very slow day. Heck.
They had it for a minute.
Yeah. I am Kane short at the low volume node. Yeah, I mean I imagine that is probably where, but I actually said that at the beginning of the stream, like these areas typically overlap with low volume nodes most of the time. But
Right.
I got told that from someone else and then I asked them to show it. So am I single? I am. Married to the game. Market, sorry, the market. Married to the market. I'm kidding. Um Leo, if all-time high gets hit today, I can get Kane's Brabus, right? I'm pretty sure you'd return it. That thing drinks fuel quicker than most energy house bills. It's ridiculous. We already invested 3 and the 5. This 5 down here, don't really like it. And then this overlaps. This 3, these, yeah, don't really like this. Also this V shape, I just want to fade it closer to the extreme.
Didn't work. Did not work.
We can watch me get run over here if you want. You
Where are
want
you gonna
to
get in?
22046.
Okay, I like that. I actually like 50. Like that's the better. For between, what's 4
Yeah.
points between two dudes?
You can get in at 50 if you want. Yeah, 50 is quite literally the LVN, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. No hourly low. You got an hourly sweep. Yeah, there's no reason I literally wouldn't take this. I'm in. Damn. Seemed to be quite a large limit order resting there. What happened there?
Somebody got filled at 45.
At 45? For how much?
200 lots on the bid.
Wow. Crazy. Yeah, I'm sure. Even with naked data highs? I don't know, Khan. You tell me. Am I sure? Why did I quit nicotine? I didn't. There are lots of studies that say nicotine's actually relatively good for you. Just all the things that nicotine is
It's
given
the
to you.
intake method.
Yeah, it's the intake method that's bad for you. I still vape? I do. I do still vape, which is extremely bad. Why is the LVN an area of interest? Leo, tell me, why is an LVN an area of interest?
Well, you can actually see it if you look at the the kennel structure here. Like, look at this. We have it's kind of this march up. We're kind of building volume here. We have this little distribution right here, and then we liquidated through it. So that left behind this low volume node, so like a lack of interest. And so all of this activity right here, from this distribution to this distribution, is an area of interest for resistance, because we have all this volume up here that's potentially trapped. I hate to use that word, but we'll use it. And so now that there's kind of this separation in volume, this would be the point of reference for like shorting this retest. My buddy Job calls this the LVN return trade. That's kind of one of his textbook trades. So basically, like, you create a bunch of volume and it liquidates, and you leave behind a low volume node. And so you want to look for trades against that low volume node. Getting a little decent amount of selling, but same activity as earlier. It's just kind of like every little blip down is bought back up. It's quite annoying.
Kane heavy with 2 contracts. It's crazy. Heavy with 2 contracts.
Is that what you're into?
Yeah, that's what I'm into. It's just a coincidence that quite a lot more orders got filled at the exact entry that I also entered on. What's my target? Overnight lows.
0, right?
Overnight lows. I want that 90% statistic.
Oh, it's 100% right now because we haven't taken out either side.
Yeah. No, I would take it to 10 a.m. I like my statistic. I actually don't like any of them, to be honest. What does LBP stand for? Logical break-even point. It's just basically where I want to just scale my trade to break even. And it just happens to be, actually, it would be here on this occasion. Guys, you can honestly, you can counter trade me. I do not mind. I know you like enjoy telling me about it. That's okay. But it's just, this is what made me money consistently in the market. I'm always going to do this. So yeah. Why would it be there? It's a 15-minute like it's the 15-minute low. So like, I don't like this 15-minute candle. Didn't really trade back into this wick at all. So for me, once this sells down, flips bearish, if not once, if, then I don't want to be caught in a retrace anymore. And if it does this after, takes me out, cool. I just statistically over a period of however long, I've realized that returns after this area typically are, this is the area it should be getting long for this high. So yeah. The chat is paper trading against me.
Oh, they are?
I don't know, that's what someone said. I'm long Kane, you faded me. People are too fixated on right wrong. It's all about RR. Yeah. This just over a period of however long has made me money consistently. What stops me closing this trade now and professing I have a 100% win rate? I just don't want to do that, you know? I'm 2,000 contracts long. Me too. Wait, what? Did I just admit that I'm hedging with 2 versus 2,000? I'm not, for the record. It was a joke.
I think we're getting manipulated here, Kane.
I would take it, honestly, at this point. I'll take the manipulation. I'm still long 2 from my 926 level. Phew. What? Oh, you caught the low. Fair. Interesting.
Right on.
Yeah, I mean, I get stopped here. I still finish up what? How much was I up? This is $800 loss. Oh, up $5,000 on the day. How many trades do I aim per day? 2, 3 a push, maybe. Depends. Again, everything is contextual, right? Like, if I'm on a run on the day and I feel very in tune with the market, I can be in the market all day, you know? Oh yeah, I can go over my long trade before the stream. Here we go. Where was it? It was right down here, I believe. Yeah. Matter of fact, I can just turn my executions on. Yeah, right here. Off of this. This is 9:15. This is a new 15-minute low. And then basically what I wanted to do was trade this up to the 4-hour high, which was all the way up here. Yeah. No, it wasn't. Sorry. That's a lie. No, it was. It was all the way up here, but I actually ended up closing around about here. Because, yeah, we got some spike, and as whatever this spike was, it quite literally teleported, and I was like, yeah, whatever that is, I'm out. Oh no, can't. Get smoked. Are you still in?
Yes, sir. They want Kane, they want you to be the voice for the order flow, the order fill for NinjaTrader. You know, when you enter a trade and it says order filled, they want it to be Kane.
And short filled.
Order filled.
And I'm just gonna say shorts filled, even when you're long.
Order
Shorts filled. Shorts filled.
That would be confusing.
That would be, right? Have you ever done, like, we have a Discord sound in our Discord. It's just the order filled noise. And every so often, I would just play it and watch, like, the chat go into anarchy. Like, I just got filled on an order. And then they realize.
Wait, Discord sounds.
Yeah.
You'll have to teach me about this.
Yeah. Oh, bro, there's, when we next have a call, I'll really fuck with your brain. Trust me. There's some, like, 3D sounds in Discord that confuse the living hell out of you.
Okay, so you're short from like 45?
46, yeah.
And would you add to this trade, or this is a trade you sit in?
No, I just sit in this. Like, I basically what I don't want to see is I don't want to see this candle flip bearish and buy back up, especially when this is like the high of the 15-minute candle.
Yeah.
So what I would want to see now is I would want to see this candle remain respected but bearish. I would mark out this area, this low, and then what I would really want to see it do is trade back to the 10 a.m. open. If we start to flush, and I mean flush, like I would probably trail this to like somewhere like here, like below here, because also this is the data low, like down here. So
The data low. So
whatever it is,
that's
yeah,
that's not a term I'm familiar with.
not the data low, the this news low, you know, like the news announcement from the whole
Okay.
China
So
thing.
like I've heard that term though. Like I've heard the term, I'm just not familiar with it.
Data low is
So
just like a how do I explain it? Like a CPI low. So like say CPI wicks in one way or another. Say it whipsaws. Like this is the CPI low, right? Right here. 830.
right.
This is the CPI high.
So you just mark the
So
30-minute high and low from the release number?
yeah, pretty much. That's exactly what that is, isn't it? Yeah.
Okay.
But it's not necessarily, well, I guess it is the 30-minute in that instance, right? But like it could it could immediately wick it and then come back for it in the same 30-minute candle, then it's no longer my draw, at that point.
Okay.
Yeah. But I don't really care about that. I care more about 10 a.m. Oh, wait, I've moved my TP. Why have I done that? If we start to flush, then I would just X this and then just slam like down here. But again, this 3.2R. I'm pretty cool with this.
We have a problem. We have 4 giveaways and we have 30 minutes to do it.
Okay. Okay. We have 4 giveaways. Who do we pick? Let me ask ChatGPT. How can I? You know what? Amy actually has been consistently in the chat today, so we should definitely give away one to that person.
Amy, we're just
yeah.
going to draw for Amy.
Yeah, it's very, very active.
Look at that. How do you 4 out of 4?
Okay. Oh no.
Amy, send me a DM. All you can do is win the lab now.
That was for Amy like this.
Your
He
odds
wants
of
the-
winning the lab
You
memberships
want the
went up
lab? You want the
100%.
lab? Okay, well, you don't actually get
Can
the
we
pick,
do?
so I
Is this going to
apologize.
be? Kane? Will you agree that everybody that gets into the drawing is going to win a lab membership?
Right now?
Yeah, the stats, 100%.
Yeah, they are. They are 100%.
We
Statistically,
don't even have to draw. We don't even have to spin the wheel.
Statistically, it's a certainty at this point. Oh yeah, we don't actually have to spin the wheel, do we?
You just have to give 4 people free lab memberships.
Okay. How are we gonna do this?
Somebody needs to give the best. Let's.
Why don't you pick? You pick the people
Why do I
because at
have
this
to pick?
point, well, because I picked all of your people so far.
You didn't know they were my people.
I didn't. I know I didn't. I really didn't. Yeah. No, Amy, you can't pick. That's not the way it works. I know that you don't want to. If you really are not going to use your order flow labs stuff, don't just take it for the sake of taking it. It's obviously pointless. I'm sure we can come up with something else, and we can obviously switch it. It's not a problem. But yeah,
I'm in the short. Yeah, I'm back in. Kane and I basically are on the same trade.
I hate Max Verstappen. Nice, good for you. Oh, see. Okay, Corey, you can have a lab membership. You said Amy Leon Deal. You remembered. Means you're active. Means you're here a lot. Corey. There you go.
Corey wins.
Corey wins. Hey bro, me. Why? Okay, everyone can pitch for themselves,
Oh, you have to sell yourself in the chat.
Sell yourself now, yeah. I'm gonna put my feet up. I'm gonna read some messages.
Let's see Kane with his feet up.
No, I'm not really doing it.
Oh, you said you were putting your feet up.
I lied. Okay, I lied. There you go.
You said it.
Chat. Should we give Lauren a membership? I feel like
I think you
she's here a
should.
lot.
Yes,
I feel like we should.
Lauren
chat
definitely gets a
decide, though.
membership.
Yeah. I'm Cody. Nice to meet you, Cody.
There's tension in the air.
Okay, Lauren, you can have a membership.
There we go, Lauren.
I will not lie to you. My DMs are disabled on Discord. Don't get excited, okay? Chat, do you think we go back to 10 a.m. open or not?
Whoever says yes wins. Whoever says yes wins. Like that's a no-brainer.
Yeah, Lauren, you got DM me. Okay, so everyone that's won so far, you got DM me on Twitter. So that's Corey, Lauren.
Hey,
Corey and Lauren.
hey, Kane, can I recommend somebody to win?
Sure.
Sir VWAP is a super nice dude. Super nice dude. He definitely
Are you lying?
should win. No, for real. No, for real. He's a super nice guy. He should definitely. He gets my vote.
Okay, so
I
VWAP,
know.
you're
I
up.
know him. Like He's not just a random guy.
Okay, fine.
It's my
I will-
alt.
Guys. Yeah, that makes sense. You are the VWAP guy,
How
right?
come I'm not in the lab? This doesn't make any
Okay.
sense.
I can get you a membership in the lab.
You can give me it. Oh, sweet.
Yeah, I think I know a guy that can sort it out at least. Yeah.
Nice.
So VWAP is going to come in and do a VWAP lesson.
He's going to give you a
inside the
VWAP
lab.
course.
Yeah, but it better not be better than mine, because that is quite literally how I'm making a living right now, selling the VWAP course. So don't take food off my plate. Guys, I will. Everyone will all enable our DMs after the stream. All right, so just over the
Mine are
next
turned
24 hours.
on. You can message me. Just don't message me for Kane. You have to message Kane.
Yeah. So everyone message Leo, and Leo will filter to me.
Nope.
Nope. Okay, I have two more. No, I have one more. I have one more, right?
One more. Yeah.
Okay, we'll do it at the end. We'll do it at the end, right at the end.
At the end. Okay.
At the end.
How many
At
likes?
the end. Well, we're at 700. If we get to 1,000,
Whew.
then maybe I'll give it away. I don't know. Maybe I'll hold on to it. Shab, what do you think? Should I hold on to it? 1,000 likes? I think it's a good deal. So you covered one, right? You were in
I
two.
covered one. Yep.
What did you cover?
I don't even remember. I just click buttons, Kane.
Interesting.
I don't have a TP.
Stops at break even.
I never have a TP. I never have a TP.
My stop loss is actually where you told me I was about to get smoked. So, yeah, I'll bring that up right here for you. I put it on my chart just to remind you if I didn't.
Did you put Leo said Kane will get smoked?
No,
As
no,
the
this
note?
this was for also Mr. Khan.
Oh.
Yeah, he told me I was getting smoked. So I put it on my chart at that exact point he told me. Anyway, I'm making money on this trade now. Go me. I'm about to get stopped. I don't really mind. Because if I get stopped now, I make 6.5 points. 6.5 points more than you guys.
Oh, did you already move your stop to break even or in profit?
Yeah. I moved to break even when we traded below here. So this literally the push.
Okay.
And then when we deviated the low here at 11:31, I just trailed it a little bit because this could quite literally reverse into my face.
Right.
You want the lab membership because of how handsome these traders are? You can just follow me on Instagram. You can see my face. It's fine. I don't need to give you a membership for that. Thank you.
Dude, I don't even have Instagram.
Oh,
You're going to make me get Instagram just to see your face?
no, I'll just FaceTime me every day.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's spin the wheel and let's see if someone rigged it with another flow. You guys could be brothers. We could be.
What
but
if we
we're
are?
not. That'd be weird, I think, because
I
my
don't
dad
have
had.
friends. I got
My dad-
family.
Yeah, my parents had me when they were quite young, so that would be weird. My dad would have been like 12,
That's what they told you.
maybe. Maybe they're not even my parents.
I think that's what I'm getting at, brother.
Yeah, I know. That's why I said it. Oh, I like this even more now. Yeah, no, I lied. I don't like this right here. This was why I trailed. Still the same 15-minute. The person doing those background sounds needs a raise. NinjaTrader, you hearing that? The production team should get a raise.
I agree.
I agree as well.
Class act.
I think the production team agree. If I get stopped, can I get a spin? Yeah, sure. Here you go. I just removed my stop loss so I don't get stopped now. If it comes up here, I will just buy two. That's not a stop loss now. I'm actually just being an active market participant and deciding to close my trade.
Wait, you're out?
No, no, no. The guy was
Oh.
like, if you get stopped, can I get a spin on the wheel? So I just removed my stop loss and said, sure.
Hey, I got a question for you because I know like a lot of people, and sorry, this is totally random.
No, sorry.
You know, a lot of people that trade like in your time frame trade like the Euro session.
Yeah.
So do you do you take anything from the opening of that session and then the closing of it? Because we just closed, you know, 9 minutes ago would be the close of the Euro session. Does that account for anything that you do or look at from a market standpoint?
So let's just quantify it. What do you deem the open and close of the Euro session? What time EST?
Let's see, 3 a.m. till 11:30.
Okay, so
11:30.
okay, so we agree. So the 3 a.m. I do agree with. And I will trade 3 till 4. 3 and 4 a.m. So
The first
I will,
hour.
for the first two, sorry. I won't trade past 5:01. So if I'm going to trade at 4:45, I'll take it and I'll stay in it. But I won't open a new trade after 5, really. Very, 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 very rarely. And then I basically will start to take trades at 7. So basically I don't want to trade 5 to 6 because 6 is a new 4-hour candle. And then I'll look to trade the first 2 hours of this, and then I won't trade again until 9:30. So basically, what I'm trying to say is I like to trade the first halves of the candles I care about. So the 4-hour candle, I'll trade the first 2 hours of those. The significance around three and 4 is because it's the first 2 hours of the London Open, the Euro Open. So I will trade 3 and 4 o'clock because quite often you can see that 3 o'clock is the start of a move, right? Here, push up, push up, push up, boom. And if you basically if you mark 3 a.m. open, doesn't really come back for it, and then we get a new 6 hour that deviates under these, and then that's why I took this long. Um, but I don't really care about the close, in all honesty. Um, I know some people really do, but what's the significance of the close during 11:30? Like
Oh, I'm not saying that it is significant.
yeah.
I'm just asking you.
No, that's what I would say. That's what I ask myself is like, what's the significance of this? It's during RTH. RTH session shuts at 4. So really, the people that traded before and held their trades or in their trades, they're not forced to close their trades till 4. So for me, the actual close of the session is irrelevant.
Yeah.
Yeah. At least in my opinion. I could be wrong. People could find some statistical data point that tells me I'm wrong. I personally just don't take it into consideration when I'm trading or yeah, anything. So yeah. Hey guys, there is no reason to trade. Is this the real packs?
PAX, so there's no reason to trade.
Is that the real packs? What happened to the packs group, packs?
Yeah, I don't think that's the real PAX.
I don't believe that's the real packs either. If you're the real packs, send me a text message
Send messages from the PAX group.
or just send me a text message and I'll be able to vouch if it's the real packs. No, his YouTube is the packs group.
PAX group. Yep.
Yeah. Sorry. I got no text from packs. I think we oh, I think it's a different PAX. So there's a PAX that operates on this network, which is why we were yeah, why we were asking. I don't save your cell. Yeah, I know for a fact that's yeah. Nice try.
You guys
Nice.
talk pretty often, right?
We talk Took a bit, yeah. We always interact on Twitter.
Yeah, it's we do as well from time to
When will you
time.
consider trail stops? I won't. I'm break even. I'm like 5 points in profit. I'll risk the however much I'm up right now to let it breathe into the low. The 50 points I'm up to breathe into this low. And if that happens, then I'm great. Yeah, this is not the real packs. We can't get a 15-point up rotation to the upside because the real packs would just trade a 15-point rotation to the downside. Couldn't send it on Twitter. Okay, Corey, let me check my Instagram. I haven't enabled my DMs on Instagram. I would do it after the stream. Corey, I see you. There you go, Corey. I messaged you. Sorry, I keep moving my bars on the split screen. Apologies, team. Yeah, if we get SMT with ES, but we don't have SMT with ES right now. Or divergence, whatever you want to call it. We don't have that right now.
Hey, will you tell me about that, by the way? I'm curious. We got 15 minutes. Maybe you can give me a lesson on SMT.
So it's just divergence between the two assets, right? So if this low right here was taken on ES and we were like just hovering around here like this, then weren't taking it, and then started to claim back above, then I would just treat this like the NQ got this low also got taken over here by this like that. I would just assume that this did this, and I wouldn't wait for this to then trigger longs. Is basically what I use it for. So for
Okay.
me, I care about ES more than I care about NQ. I've said this several times. I like to trade ES via NQ because I get paid more and I'm more familiar with NQ, right? So if ES takes an area that I'm looking to either take profit on, cover in any shape, any way, shape, or form, I will cover on NQ on the basis that I'm expecting ES to respect that level because I'm expecting NQ to respect that level, hence why I'm looking to close, right? That's the reason I'm looking to close because here I want to get more bullish than I do bearish. So that's the reason I typically cover. So at that point, if ES trades into that level and NQ is showing strength, NQ is not trading into that level, then I would typically, in my head, I would say ES has hit the level, NQ is looking stronger. And for me, I would then want to I would no longer want to be in my trade because those characteristics basically don't suit me.
So
The same
why, like, that seems really easy to code. Why do people always hit you up for this indicator?
because the logic on why it prints, like for example, I mean it's not on the chart right now for any reason, because they don't understand my logic as to why it prints. That's the truth. I haven't
Gotcha.
really like fully disclosed like what SMTs I like and what I don't like because I think there's a lot of people out there that teach it really wrong. And the divergence is. And like as soon as like, for example, they could say this is SMT here, right? For this reason. Like, if this did this, it would just print like that. I don't like that, right? But some people teach it that way. I like SMTs of or divergences of the extremes, and there's also a characteristic as to what I believe SMT is valid. But it's a very subjective thing, and lots of people try and trade them, and lots of people get a lot of paper cuts on it.
Yeah, makes sense. No, I like that for context. I don't like, do you execute off of it?
I do sometimes,
Yeah,
quite a lot
okay.
actually. Yeah, personally.
Okay. I mean, it's kind of why I have ES in my purview, just to like basically I'm looking for the same thing. It's just I'm doing it manually.
Yeah, yeah, no, that's fair. No, yeah, makes sense. So like now, for example, the indicator's currently showing me because I like to have the dotted line. Because typically, I'm not gonna lie, I just have NQ open most of the time. I
Right.
normally have,
Same. Yeah.
yeah. So I like to just have this dotted line show me, and all this dotted line is doing is actually saying ES is trading below this low right now.
Right.
It's not a trigger for longs. It's not anything like that, right?
Right.
I'm about to get taken out. Oh, that came awfully close, a bit too close for my liking.
So this is one of my favorite. I'm in this trade
I'm out.
short. I like to see this OR get traded through. So like I'm looking for 62.
Yeah. Yeah, it makes sense. Like
Call it a pass through. So like we had this OR breakdown, we broke it back around it. So basically the activity on the day is pretty balanced, right? So we have this down rotation, up rotation, down rotation. I would expect we would trade through it.
yeah. The real Pax is in the chat now, by the way.
He is.
Pax, we
Hey,
had
what's up, Pax?
we had an impersonator
We had a
of you
fake
here
Pax
earlier.
here.
Yeah, I don't actually think they were impersonating you.
He wasn't trying to sell me any crypto though.
Yeah, didn't sound like you, Pax. You also claimed that he didn't save my phone number. I was really insulted for a second. But yeah, no, I like this 10 a.m. open area. It's a 3-hour trade. It's good for me, and I'm also up on the day, right? So don't need to chase it. But yeah, I like the short. It was nice. We kind of outlined it before, and the best thing about it is basically coming to the end of the stream, and also we actually do have some SMT that I care about now, right?
Yeah, we just got a delta flip.
We got a delta flip.
Mhm.
Like
It's your favorite.
we got the delta flip with the SMT at the 10 a.m. low. Oh, screaming shorts for me, boys. And yeah, basically this is probably a considerable SMT that I would care about because it's trading into a level on NQ that I care about, 10 a.m. open. ES traded through it into the 10 a.m. low. And now for me, it's like if we were to start to reclaim a back above here, this is already looking like a good reaction. At this point, I can basically treat yeah, I actually can't get into this trade. And there's logic behind why I couldn't get into it. But I would
A
need
long
to,
trade?
yeah, I would need
Yeah.
to see it. I need to see it do this first, and I'm not willing to wait around for it to do that. Make good money
Right.
on the day, and
Okay.
yeah, so I wouldn't do that. And also, it's just late,
Yep.
So you can DM me on Instagram. My Instagram's free. You can't see the entire chart. I know you can't, but there's a 10 a.m. low here, and on ES, I'll fix it in a second. On ES here, it took to that low, and on NQ it didn't, hence the dotted line. So yeah. Sorry, I will fix the chart. Give me a second. I just need it to update on the. This is fine. So yeah,
I think I'm gonna go ahead and cover here. Take some money off.
yeah, Pax, I agree
We
with you.
took out
I
this
think,
low and then just we got this delta flip. Like I'm gonna use my own work to get me out of this short.
yeah, that makes sense.
So
Yeah,
I'm gonna get out.
the best way to close your trade is whenever your long trigger hits because
Right.
it's just the best.
Yep.
Anyway, my statistic played today. So far, no overnight low, no overnight high.
The day's not over yet.
I know.
But
It would
see,
be
like
if
that
we go to
short,
the overnight low.
it's fine. It's fine to take this short because we're still hundreds of points away from the overnight high. Plus, it's also a data release, so like you have to keep that in consideration too. But like on a normal day, let's just say if you're looking at my screen right here, let's just say it was like 80, right? And you've got a short set up at 66, right? Like if the overnight low hasn't been taken out, like I'm just not going to take this short because more than likely and often does, we're going to take out this 80 first. So why not just wait for it to get taken out? That's
Yeah, I
kind
agree
of
with you.
the way I look at it.
Yeah. No, I do agree with you. I like to play devil's advocate, even for my own statistics that I
No, I
use
like it.
on a
Yeah.
daily basis. Because if I
The
can't,
worst thing in the world you can do is surround yourself with people that always agree with you.
yeah, yeah, I agree. I'm not disagreeing with you for for any reason other than to just disagree. You know, I've said this before. I worked in tech for a number of years, and like at a product meeting, because I used to manage quite a few products from a sales perspective. It was like if everyone agreed, it was the last person in the room to disagree for the sake of disagreeing. So we would just get stuff done.
It's always the last guy.
Yeah, well, if everyone agrees, it's just no matter what, even if you agree, you just need to disagree on something to spark that conversation, right? Because there's no form of better form of ignorance than just everyone saying the same thing. because
Okay,
everyone
in
thinks
order
it's
to,
good.
there's one more giveaway.
Yeah.
And I think what you need to do is you need to riz up the chat for Kane.
Who, me?
Somebody needs to riz you up.
Yeah, go on then. You get to pick. The best Riz wins.
Okay, whoever does the best wins.
Again?
Yes.
I didn't get stopped. I had a limit. I don't think you know how stops work, George. That was a limit order.
We don't have to spin because all of the spins that are left are the lab.
I think we should just spin anyway. It'd be nice to see the lab win, like someone winning.
Oh, you
Yeah.
want me to spin? Okay. Cool. Just so you feel better. Here, let me spin it. I got to spin it 3. We've already given 3 away. Hang on.
It just looks like a CD. When's the mixtape dropping?
Okay, we've already given 3 away. Let's do one more.
Those glasses make me need manipulation. That's quite funny.
Okay. We're spinning for the last one. The lab, we're going to see if the lab wins.
Wouldn't it be funny if they just break it and order flow wins?
Kane is the man, coolest guy out there. He can do better than that.
Yeah, that was poor.
Kane, you're great. I follow everyone from the lab. Boring.
Copy paste.
Kane is the premium to discount trader. Okay. It's a coin toss. Teeth whiter than Kane's charts. He has white teeth. That's cool.
Oh, I got my teeth done.
Kane and Undertaker. Kane is Bane. Kane looks like I'm not gonna say that. Guys, I'd send 69 contracts for you. That might be I don't know. Kane is my break even. Big Daddy Kane. Thaddeus is in there. Oh. You can't repeat the same thing in the chat and expect to win.
Okay, you sweet like cane sugar.
I provided liquidity for Kane's shorts. Sir George, you win. And we're going to spin it. There you go. George provided liquidity for our short trade. He wins. Thank you, George.
Okay. Right, guys. I'm actually not going to enable my Twitter DMs because it's really worse. Just DM me on Instagram.
DM him on Instagram, he says.
My Instagram is just Trader Kane.
I mean, look
That's
at
it.
you. You're just using this opportunity to fill up your Instagram to get more followers on Instagram.
Clearly,
Is
you're
that
not
the-
a
is that the play?
baller.
Maybe. Maybe it is. Anyway, if you do want to follow me on Instagram, that is my Instagram. And if you wanted to follow me on YouTube, my YouTube is also just Trader Kane.
I think everybody
Twi-
knows where your stuff is, Kane.
Where's your stuff?
It's just Twitter.
Just Twitter, and it's the NQ Trader Leo,
It's
right?
streamer boy Leo.
Can I
And if
message
you
you on
can't
Twitter?
find me under that, then you don't know where to find me.
Lauren, I actually don't have your DM. So you should DM me on Twitter again because I think you DM'd the wrong Kane.
That would be hilarious.
Yeah, Kane is the man. You didn't even spell my name right. I can't be that good.
So what's coming up next?
I actually don't know.
Somebody that I follow, super cool. Actually, that was on Tracy Spaces earlier. I missed it.
Oh,
I know it was sponsored by NinjaTrader, so I'm allowed to say it. But I honestly,
definitely do it.
yes, it's cool to talk to others that don't trade like I do, in a detailed manner. So I appreciate you for sharing what you shared.
No, I appreciate you too. It's just interesting, right? Like we said this before, we trade a very similar way. Basically, got into more or less the same move for completely different reasons.
Right.
And it just is just serves a good reminder to everybody that there's multiple ways to make money in the market. Not every way is right or wrong, and you could be both. Two people can be right for different reasons, and no one can be wrong, right? So, yeah. And this was one of the nicest streams. Chat was nice. Normally, chat can be quite rude. So, hats
Well,
off to you,
I'm
chat.
the diplomat, so when I come into the chat, people are kind.
Yeah. So we should just get Leo on streams more often, right, chat?
I
We
agree.
agree. We agree. And yeah, and if you want to get one of Leo's sexy hats, he's got a bunch in now. So follow him on Twitter and yeah, order one. What do we want to make any more plugs? We're like fully in control. What else do we want to say? That's it.
What does Jim always say? Be kind to each other and have a nice day.
Shab, what does he say? Tell us, Shab, what does he say?
Be kind to each other.
Most importantly, be kind to each other. That's how he ends it.
Yeah. I think that's the
Yeah.
message, though, is just to be kind.
Yeah, be kind to each other. And you were kind today. So be good to each other. That's what he says. Yeah. Chat,
Yeah.
it was a pleasure. Shab, production team, thanks for all of your work. And I will see you all next Wednesday. Leo, when are you next on the
I'll
close?
see you all tomorrow at the close. Trading the close, and I'll be on with Stowe.
Appreciate you all. And we'll see you all soon.
Have a good one.
Peace.